Have you ever experienced a plot twist in real life? Yep, point eater. To help with the confusion, K is my female, bisexual friend. Jen was her bisexual girlfriend. Andre is K's boyfriend. Brian is Jen's boyfriend. New friend. K is dating a woman named Jen. Jen is super weird, clingy, demanding, always accusing K of being shady, etc. Even accused K of being in a relationship with me, also female. One day, I asked K, so tell me how you met Jen. K and Jen met on a study abroad trip. Jen was romantically interested in K, but K wasn't really reciprocating. Jen was totally cool with it, and they became good friends. In fact, during the trip, Jen introduced K via email to her cousin, Andre, male. Andre and K totally hit it off and start an online relationship complete with exchanging pics, etc. Andre sends K gifts when she returns home, including expensive jewelry. Andre also hooks up Jen with his friend Brian. Everyone is happy until one day Jen finds out from a mutual friend that Andre and Brian are dead. They ran off together in a gay love affair and ended up overdosing on drugs just weeks before Andre was supposed to come meet K in person for the first time. In their shared grief, K and Jen started a relationship together. Wow, quite the faking story. In fact, I decided sounds faking insane and start doing some digging. I find the picture of Andre that he sent her in a random Google search. I look for any stories of this torrid gay love affair gone awry in a hotel drug binge. Nada. All sorts of weird shit. So I say to K, have you ever thought that maybe Andre doesn't exist? She is, remarkably, interested and not upset. We go to Andre's old email account. We get in using Jen's password. Yes, they shared passwords because Jen didn't trust K. K loses her sheet. Jen had created Andre and the whole story, complete with fake pictures, paying a male cousin of hers to have phone conversations with K, getting nude pictures, etc. During the Andre relationship, K's mother died unexpectedly, and Andre paid for all of K's expenses to make it home for the services, etc. And it was Jen the whole time. This was a long bullshit too. Over a year of this sheet. So K emailed Jen from the grave of dead Andre's account, forced her to confess, after which Jen threatened to kill herself. So K called the police who took her to the hospital, and then K got a restraining order and they never saw each other again. Bonus detail, Jen even had someone, may have been Jen herself, call K pretending to be Andre's aunt, to tell her how sorry she was, that he had died, and that he loved her, etc. Also supposedly during this drug binge Andre and Brian cut each other's testicles with plastic forks. Helluva drug. K is married to a real person. I've met him and has a daughter now. This incident was several years ago. I was engaged to be married to a guy when I was only 20. Broke things off at 22 and met my now husband, and within 3 months we got pregnant and married. Fast forward 13 years. Husband is in construction and we have become very good friends with his foreman and his wife. We have kids the age, share some interests. It's pretty good, except the wife is more than a little unhinged. She is high strung. She has weird self-esteem issues despite being very pretty. She is really fascinated by everything I do. She constantly asks tons of questions about my ideas on parenting, macup, movies, housewifery, sex, etc. Then, she starts copying things we do. I tell her about a fight my hubby and I have. Her and he have the same sort of fight right in front of us. My sons are long-haired little skater dudes, so her son grows his hair out. I go to see The Lord of the Rings. They are suddenly really into low TR. She reads the books I love, tattoos things I admire onto her skin, starts to mimic my mannerisms, even flirts a little too much with my husband, and it starts to bother me. I try to bring it up politely, but she blows up. We don't talk for months. One day, my husband comes home from work and says he heard our friend's marriage was splitting up. I was curious, so I sent her a supportive email thinly disguising my curiosity. She calls the next day. We talk. It takes her a while, but she eventually admits to infidelity, but starts apologizing to me for betraying our friendship by sleeping with the man I loved. I hung up in fury and drove straight to my husband's work and accused him. He was astonished. Then he was pissed and tried to deny it. Together we crossed the job site and started in on the poor husband of this woman. The man is horrified that his wife told me what had happened. I scream at my husband and start to run away in hysterics. The foreman stops me because he doesn't understand why I'm angry at my husband. After all, my husband didn't introduce his wife to my old fiancé. Yep, she had become so obsessed with me that she tracked down my ex-fiancé and seduced him. And she thought I would give a single fuck about it. Now I hear she is all cracked out, living in the high desert with a different guy that I also went to high school with. Weirdo. Edit. Pronouns. Forgot some words. Clarified some stuffs. I used to know a guy named Ben. Ben was the biggest two-faced douche I'd ever known. He once met a girl online and went out to meet her and returned a few days later. When asked about her to his female friends, he said that there was no spark, no chemistry, whatever. To his guy friends he would say that she was so ugly he couldn't stand to look at her. Ben hated ugly women. Ben and I lived together briefly, and my overweight girlfriend, later wife and now ex-wife, stayed with us frequently. She was friendly with him, would hang out with him while I was at work and frequently drive him around if he needed. As soon as she was gone, though, he would laugh about how fat she was. Ben hated fat women. Years and years pass. I'm on a Cupid one day and I see a new member. She looks vaguely familiar. I look at her photos and it hits me. Ben, who was already unattractive, gained a bunch of weight and became transgendered. In essence, he became a fat ugly woman, the very thing he hated the most. The end. Or is it? Transgendered Ben briefly dated a lesbian friend of mine who lives with my ex-wife and would come hang out not knowing he was in the house of a woman he would only a few years before make fun of for being fat. His relationship with the lesbian didn't last, needless to say. So when my grandmother died we all found out that when she was 13 in Argentina her older brother, which none of us knew existed, became psychotic and was hospitalized in a mental institution. Remember, this is 1930s Argentina. Over time, my grandma lost touch with her brother, what with moving overseas and so on. It was always her secret shame that she abandoned her brother. Her brother apparently later died while still hospitalized. Alone. Fast forward 70 years, grandma dies and my father goes to Argentina. We live in Israel now, to meet with family and find and pay respects at said uncle's grave. He starts going from cemetery to cemetery, searching for his uncle's grave. He can't find it. Maybe he was cremated. So he starts going from mental hospital to mental hospital. Of course we don't know where he was hospitalized, searching through records. Soon enough he picks up on a 70-year-old trail and follows his uncle from hospital to hospital, some of which closed down decades ago. Finally he reaches modern times and plot twist finds his uncle alive and well, 96 years old, in a Buenos Aires mental hospital. Anyway, long story short, my dad took him out of the hospital, put him in a supported living environment, and got him off 90% of the meds they had him on. Thus emerged a relatively stable, but still schizophrenic, old man. Epilogue. Recently he called my aunt and said, "Susan, did you know that America has a black president?" Not a huge plot twist, but I did find this occurrence that happened a friend rather amusing. My friend who lives on campus near me had 5 other roommates, each with their own rooms of course. One of the roommates was a Chinese guy who for a while had been acting strangely. He alternated between being really friendly and towards being cold and unsure. He'd never open his door completely when people knocked and would sometimes forget things that he'd said when referenced later. His English skill would fluctuate wildly and he would sometimes change his clothes oddly halfway through the day. He would also usually spend all his time inside his room. He'd also make himself a rather large amount of meals throughout the day. After 6 months of this strange behavior, but largely not worth asking about, one day my friend came back from a class, opened the door which was next to the kitchen, looked to the side into the kitchen, and there were 2 of the odd acting roommates staring back at her, deer in the headlights style. Turns out he'd been hiding his twin brother in his room since he'd arrived and thought that the roommates would report him to the university if they found out, so they took it in turns leaving the room or watching if the coast was clear before they both came out, alternated cooking meals one at a time etc. I was pretty stoked to open an email from a secret admirer in my senior year of high school. Every day for almost 2 weeks I'd receive a new note listing what she thought were my better qualities, how she was too shy to admit her feelings to me in person, and she'd finally reveal herself at the big dance coming up that Friday. The emails became more and more forthcoming as the end of the week approached, and finally culminated with a clue about how to figure out who she was. These are the only species besides humans that have sex for pleasure. I totally thought I was getting laid with a clue like that. I was a heavier set lineman on the football team and kind of a class clown, which meant despite my lack of confidence I was always in with the popular crowd. So, as we pre-drank for the dance, I told a few of my friends to be on the lookout for something dolphin related. Word spread quickly, and by the time we arrived I had a huge group trying to help me solve the mystery. A teammate of mine found out as the night went on that Adrienne, this cute girl I sat next to in social class, had a temporary dolphin tattoo on her left shoulder. After some prodding by my friends I went over to her and the group of girls she was with. A slow song started as I sheepishly asked for a dance. With the entire school watching my 2-week-long mystery reach its climax, she leaned in close and whispered in my ear, "You're an asshole sometimes," promptly followed with a slap across the face. I'd never felt that level of confusion/embarrassment. She'd orchestrated the whole thing because she didn't like my class clown demeanor in social class. I still hate dolphins. I was a 22-year-old girl and intensely in love with a man named Jason Phillip on the internet. I know, fuck me, right? I knew something was wrong because he would never speak to me or anyone on the mic or over the phone. We had all known Jason for years. It had become a common thing that we just didn't talk about. I honestly didn't care because I was so incredibly in love with him. None of us cared. He was amazing. Anyway, eventually I was too in love to keep my mouth shut and came at him full force, in tears, repeatedly begging and promising to him that no matter what it was, that I'd accept him and still love him. He refused to expose himself and broke up with me. I was shattered for 5 years. On that 5th year I returned to the program where we met, and who did I run into? You guessed it. We talked and talked for hours, and it took less than a week for us to be deathly in love again. We had never had any closure from the whirlwind before. A week later I got him on the phone. A week after that I found out his real name, which I'm changing, but keeping the same impact. When I was 22, my 6'2" gorgeous 25-year-old personal trainer wonder hunk named Jason Phillip was a 5'0" pretty 15-year-old Vietnamese girl named Mythine Nguyen. So not only was she a female, but she was underage. So I'm a bido and a lesbian. Here's the real plot twist. I actually am a lesbian, not a bido, and I'm now happily committed to a sane woman my own age. Edit. Words. I was in this really contentious child custody dispute with my wife's ex and his wife over my stepson. Stepson has always had behavior issues at school. They've never been reliable or supportive, and then after they suffered a house fire and lost their daughters, things got worse and worse. After a visit to their home that nearly ended in my stepson being interrogated by CPS, we decided it was no longer safe to send him over there. We ended up in court with me representing my wife at the hearing. I basically accused her ex of being violent, negligent, and dangerous, and his wife of being mentally ill, obsessed with molestation, and a danger to the child. I accused her of spitting in stepson's food, framing him for molesting her baby, and essentially murdering her babies by causing the fire and profiting off their deaths. The judge must have thought we had some good points because we stayed out of jail, but not enough to keep my kid away from his father and stepmom. We finally agreed to allow him to move in with his father permanently because the situation was too disruptive to our family. So stepson moves in with dad and stepmom, and everything works out fine. He does well in school, makes friends, joins the band. Really started to question my own paranoia and whether it was all in my head. Maybe I didn't trust stepmom just because she didn't like me. Maybe I needed to cut back on the Law and Order. Then, less than 6 months after that the move, stepson gets sick enough to go to the doctor for antibiotics. He's home alone with stepmom with a 103-degree fever, but she still makes him do chores. When he doesn't do them to her liking, she withholds medicine, both his prescribed antibiotics and Tylenol. Then she tries to give him a double dose of Adderall. When dad comes home, stepson's fever is 104. Dad goes crazy and yells at her. Stepmom calls the police and accuses dad of threatening her. Dad goes to jail for 7 days, losing his job and PhD, which he was months away from. Stepmom files for divorce. Since then, dad told us that stepmom really did spit in stepson's food and he knew about it. She was violently raped by a family member for years as a child without any prosecution, and he showed us the medical records showing that she tried to get stepson framed for molesting her baby. At the first divorce hearing, she accused stepson, dad, and grandpa of molesting her babies. So, yeah, I guess I know crazy when I smell it. Edit, clarity. About 10 years ago in college, a girl who I was friends with in high school said she wanted to take the train up to my college to visit me for a weekend. She got off the train, we went straight to the bar, and drank 2 pitchers of natural ice. We were both hammered and stumbled back to my dorm room. I was passing out in the bed and she came out of the bathroom in just her underwear. It was strange considering we had been friends for so long, but I just assumed it was because she was wasted. Then, out of nowhere, she hops in my bed, rips my pants off, and starts giving me a blowjob. It was a huge what the fuck moment, but who's going to protest in that situation? After a little bit of that I rip her underwear off, and she says, "Do you think we should?" And I was like yes we should. So we start banging, and I literally last about 30 seconds. I think I was just extremely caught off guard by the whole thing. It was freaking embarrassing. We both just pass out. The next morning we wake up, and she tells me she's hopping on the next train to go back to school. It was awkward. So we lose contact after that episode, and I run into her in our hometown at a party about 3 years later. She's there with all her friends, and I'm thinking how they're all probably laughing at me because she told them the story. After a while of just avoiding each other at the party, she finally comes up to me, and we awkwardly chat about nothing. Finally she says to me, "Things got weird after I came to visit you." I was like, yeah, about that. And before I could get another word out she says, "I just have to ask you one thing. Why did you stop?" I was confused by the question at first but quickly realized that she didn't even know I had finished. I replied, "Well, I just thought it was going to be bad for our friendship." I guess I was right. Biggest bullet dodge of my life. This is probably all down to how incredibly oblivious I'm most of the time. I was 20 at the time. I frequented a graphic design forum. This was early 2000s, when fora were still the most common form of community on the internet. The kind of small-scale community where you actually feel like you know the people behind some usernames. Anyway, at some point I mentioned that the congress I was attending in some big city had a huge 6-hour gap between events, and I was bored in City X, which was immediately replied to by another user with the same problem at the same congress. We end up agreeing to meet in town to visit some of the museum while we while away the time. Turns out she's a nice looking Asian woman my age. We hang out making chit chat, pass the time, and get back to work at the end of the day. It's a several days long congress, so we end up doing the same thing several times. Pretty much all practically work related. Museum, small galleries, exhibitions. I like art, but considering the line of work I'm in, it mostly felt like work research. On the last day she mentioned something in passing that completely stumps me. When I divorced 20 years ago, apparently she's not my age, but 17 years older. Asian people, go figure. We had a good laugh about that, and I mentally had another good laugh, because obviously the thought of asking her out had crossed my mind before. With dating off the table, I didn't think anything of it when she needed to pick up some stuff from her hotel room. We got into her room, and in the space of 30 minutes I got my first proper kiss. First blowjob, had the sentence "I want you inside of me." I had no idea people actually said that, and lost my virginity. I was so unprepared that I asked her what she was doing while she had her tongue in my mouth. I remember lying there looking at the ceiling afterwards, trying to put the last 30 minutes in order while thinking what the hell just happened. In high school, I awkwardly approached a guy for the first time ever. Being stupid and young, it was a dare to go up and tell him he looked like John Mayer. He went to a neighboring high school. So I approached him, told him that me and my friends thought he looked like John Mayer. It was just as JM had hit the scene and was hot sheet. The girls were all watching and giggling. He just looked at me, said nothing and turned back to the conversation he was having before I interrupted. Humiliated, my friends consoled me and said he must have been a jerk. I convinced myself he was and never did get his name. I would see him in passing near school and think not so nice things about him. Fast forward 4 years later and I ended up meeting him again. He was so not a dick. We hit it off. I found out his name and I never mentioned the past encounter until a few months into the relationship. Turns out he remembered me too. He was incredibly socially awkward with girls in high school and had no idea what to do when I approached him. He froze up because he had a thing for redheads but had never pursued a girl, let alone be the one pursued by a redhead. His mind exploded and he went home that night and lamented to his dad what an idiot he was. 8 years later, we are married. And since then, countless people ask if anyone has ever told him he looks kinda like John Mayer. My heart does a big wah when this happens. All well for 18 years in my case. Pretty normal and cozy childhood. From 14 and up I smoke a lot of weed, take some mushrooms, and live a fast-paced hardcore life of street violence, drugs, vandalism and the likes. It is spring. 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm baked out of my mind in the back of the night bus on my way home. I'm thinking, I will change my ways, I will live, I will be kind. The coming summer shall be my first of my new life. A few months later I smoke too much or something. Get a panic attack and damages to my nerve system from the drugs. Pretend like nothing has happened. Every day is a horrible experience. Live with that shit while my life spirals downhill for years and years. I begin smoking weed again, even though it gives me hours of panic attacks. I lose all my friends, cut contact with my family, barricade myself in a student dorm where I'm living, but I have not paid my rent for a few months, and eviction notice starts coming in. A friend I haven't seen or spoken to in a few years texts me and asks if I want to come to a New Year's party in my old hometown a long way from where I live. I agree to come. It's a long way, and I'm just faked up from anxiety, stress and have to get off the train several times because of panic attacks. At this time I had not smoked weed for about a year, and still I'm just getting worse and worse. No help, no social contact, no friends, no family. Oh well. Somehow I actually get there. I blow off going to see my parents first. I'm thinking I could maybe get drunk. Sometimes that helps. Not this time. I have to exit the party several times, have to cut off conversations with people. Everything feels wrong and strange. I'm faked up. And not in that good way. On the inside I'm a screaming chaos of anxiety and depression. We all go to a public rooftop to see the New Year's fireworks. This is in Europe. A girl that I have vaguely known far out in my circle of friends asks if I want a New Year's kiss. At this point I have not had a relationship with a girl since before I was 18. And at this point in my story I'm 29. And the relationships I have had have crashed bad or been so weird it has hurt me bad mentally. I kiss her while the fireworks explodes all around us and we are surrounded by chaos and drunk people. We start to talk, and over the next few weeks, even though my social phobia tries to blow her off, we meet a few times, kiss and hook up. Before this I had been homeless, living on couches here and there for a few days at a time, and basically just been as faked up as you can be, without being hospitalized. I cannot count the number of times I have run out of the places I was living, certain that I was about to die, and being afraid no one would find. I cannot remember any part of my life from 18 to 29 where I felt joy or happiness. I'm now 34. I'm still with that girl that kissed me. I'm almost done in my treatment for depression / anxiety / call it what you like. In my arms is my 1-year-old son sleeping as I'm writing this. Well, on one of my arms, and in my lap to be precise. I start taking classes to get a degree in computer science in 2013, although the level of math I have to pass first will be hard. That's it. My original plan was to write 2 sentences. I will now go lay my son on the couch. He is a little sick with a cold, and the bedroom is in the other end of the apartment. Play a little PS3, and go to bed soon, to get up early tomorrow, and go to my parents' house for Christmas. That was my take on real life plot twists. Take care you good people. Merry Christmas. This is a bit NSFW, by the way. This happened about 7 years ago, when I was in college. There was this one girl in my psych class that I really liked a lot. She was incredibly beautiful, smart, and funny. She was also a huge tease. She physically flirted with me a lot in my class, massages, grabbing my hand, playing with my hair, and she always ambushed me for a hug in the halls. Every Friday she asked me if I had plans for the night, and every time I said not yet, she tells me that she's already doing something. Such a tease. But then one day, she suddenly said that was free, and we arranged for her to come to my house when my parents weren't home. She arrived that night around 7ish, and my parents wouldn't be getting home till 12 or later, so we had plenty of time to fool around. I put in a movie, Shawshank Redemption FTW, and we watched the first 30ish minutes cuddling together. Then she went in for the kiss. We made out for about 15 minutes before things escalated. She had her hand on my clothes, and I had my hand on hers. After all of this it was only 9:20, and she was planning to stay over till at least 11, so we finished Shawshank with some makeout action in between scenes. She left and I was feeling great about myself, because she told me how much fun she had / how good I'm at kissing, etc. The next day she didn't return my call, and me being the non-clinger that I am, I just decided to hang out with the boys for the day. We played some intense football, etc. Not really part of the story. On Sunday she told me that she wasn't sure if she wanted to be more than friends, and I was pretty bummed. Come Monday, however, she was back to her old flirty ways. She was being way more handsy than usual though, which was awesome. Today, she rode home with me, parents again aren't home, and we made out for a while, and she stuck her hand on my clothes, only to take her hand out and tell me she had to leave. We stopped at a gas station on the way home, and she asked me for some money for a soda. How much you need? I asked. She looks at me, and she says I need about $3.50. Well, it was about that time I noticed this girl was about 8 stories tall, and from the Paleolithic era. I said, dang it monster. Get out of my car. I ain't giving you no $3.50. It said, how about just $2.50 now? It's only $2.50. What, is there a sale on Loch Ness munches or something? Jeez, I was so angry. I sped out of there in my car. I never saw her in class again. She was such a tease. In high school I get my first girlfriend. I was 15 and she was 14. Things go pretty good. We get together pretty quickly. Soon after we start dating we lose our virginity to each other. It turns out, 8 months into the relationship, that she has a best friend who has a huge crush on her, and she has a huge crush on him. She decides to break up with me to be with him for a while. Being in the same school I got to see her every day, and we would still make out constantly. Apparently her best friend was okay with having an open relationship. After a week or two, she starts to get really quiet and nervous around me. It turns out the best friend was abusing her. She came one day with bruises on her neck, where he was holding her while he rapped her. This goes on for a while. I give her all the support I can, as I was still in love with her, and try to get back together. Finally she breaks up with the dude and comes back with me. From that point on the relationship went pretty much downhill. She got colder and colder as I grew tired of being emotionally manipulated to stay with her. We finally break up. After breaking up, she is the sweetheart she was at the beginning and was around me all the time trying to make out with me. For the first weeks I'm okay with it, but slowly she starts getting colder again, so I back off and get out. After a while I see her get so lonely I start getting worried and try to be her friend. Then she misses school for a week. I call her parents and family and everybody refuses to let me talk to her or to tell me what's going on. Turns out she tried to kill herself and was admitted to a psychiatric hospital. Normal procedure after an attempted suicide. She comes back to school and tells me she was diagnosed with schizophrenia, bipolarity, and borderline. Plot twist, it turns out the best friend was part of her schizophrenia and never really existed. TLDR, never stick your dick in crazy. Okay, so when I was a freshman in high school I was in the drum line in the summer. Before I started my freshman year I attended practice to audition for the drum line the following year. Once I met the drum captain, it was love at first sight. She became my mentor and showed me the ropes to become a great drummer. Throughout the year our relationship on the outside was strictly business, but I fell in love with her more and more each second I was with her. We never became great friends outside of her teaching me drumming, because I was really into the whole smoking weed, drinking, partying scene, and she never went out, got straight A's, and was completely against smoking, but nevertheless for some reason I was in love. Fast forward 1 year later, and she's already long gone and graduated, and I'm drunk one night and decide to send her a MySpace message. Yes, this was back when MySpace was a thing. Basically telling her I'd always thought she was an amazing person and mentor and I'd always had a crush on her. I get a message back the next day saying she could tell I'd had a crush and blah blah, she missed me and we should hang out. So we end up meeting up and gradually over time we become best friends. A few months pass, and we are practically dating at this point, but I haven't pulled the moves yet, so one night I decide it's been long enough, and decide to kiss her, and ask her out. So we have our little date, or whatever, and as she drops me off I ask her if I can tell her a secret. She agrees, and so I lean in and kiss her, and then I say I want you to be my girlfriend. Night Shyamalanian's twist ending #1. She tells me she's gay, already has a girlfriend she's been keeping from me, and she's never hooked up or done anything with a guy and she doesn't plan to. So we break it off right there, and I'm crushed, but that's not the real twist ending you've been waiting for. So a year or two passes and we start talking again and eventually hanging out again. We become good friends and periodically I ask her if she could ever be straight, and she replies usually saying something like she doesn't want to hurt me because she's gay or whatever. So fast forward another couple years, and I'm in college living in San Francisco and I get a call from her asking if she can come visit. We haven't talked in a few months, but I was still in love with her, so of course I agreed. She took a flight up, and we decided to grab some stuff to mix some drinks and watch a movie. M. Night Shyamalan's twist ending #2. We get super trashed, and she tells me she's in love with me and has always been in love with me, but was afraid of hurting me because of her infatuation with girls. We proceed to have sex all night with me giving her multiple orgasms. We remain just friends to this day. For clarity's sake later, I live in the US. I once spent about 6 months attempting to court. Yes, I was reasonably awkward for this to only be considered an attempt. A girl who I'd had a crush on for the previous few years. High school. Things seemed to be going just swimmingly, and then she and her family took a 6-week trip to Vietnam. No big deal, they were just visiting family. She comes back, things resume, but something is up. After a few more months of me trying to pursue her I finally give up and ask her what's up. It turns out that she's had a boyfriend for a few months now, from Australia, who she met briefly in Vietnam and apparently fell madly in love with. But wait, there's more. Eventually she realized how batshit crazy it was to date a guy she barely knew who lived literally halfway around the world, who was several years older than her, and who presumably had an alcohol problem. Not an Australian joke. Every picture I ever saw of the guy featured a beer bottle and a black eye. They broke up. Fast forward a few months, she gets a text from him saying that he's still coming to the States to see her. They had planned this trip while still in the throes of a multinational relationship. Oh, and he was going to kill her. By this point, she and I were on not so good terms, but she still rang me up because I was one of the few people around who knew how deep the rabbit hole goes. So eventually police were called, responsible adults involved, and everything blew over. At least I think. She was never murdered, so I assume things are peachy keen. I grew up with my two parents. I'd come to notice they weren't close like other kids' parents seemed to be. They never kissed, not once. It seemed like they were housemates. Also of notice that I carry my mother's last name and my parents didn't get married until I was a teenager. Flash forward to me at 18, moving out into my own place. I request all of my vital data from my parents, such as birth certificate, SS card, etc. Since adults need those things. I'd asked to see my birth certificate before as a kid and my mom always refused. "You'll lose it," she'd say. Well, as I'm sitting in my empty living room floor filing this stuff away, I read the birth certificate. I expect nothing as scandalous as I found. I see a redaction and an edit, with a timestamp almost a year after my birth. The edit was the addition of my father's name. Confused, I ask my parents what that's about. Then it is revealed to me that I was convinced out of wedlock, and my mom didn't intend to keep me. She'd had a miscarriage a few years before, and preferred abortion to what she feared would be a repeat. She and my dad go their separate ways, with my father assuming I'm never born. Well, my mother's father gets word, and tells her that she can move in with him. She's transient at this point. If she keeps me, she agrees and I come into existence. My grandfather knows my dad, which is how he met my mother actually. They come across each other a few months after I was born. My grandpa tells my unknowing father he has a new grandson. My dad inquires as to who the father is, which my grandfather doesn't know, and he thinks my mom doesn't know either. The timeline eventually clicks for my father, who asks to see my mother. They meet and all is revealed. My dad doesn't much care for my mom, but isn't comfortable bailing on me. So what becomes my family was essentially an arrangement to raise me. That's why they always seemed like mere housemates. They were. They only got married for the tax benefits. When I was about 15, my parents went away for a week, and I was left home alone. They had a good relationship with a family a few streets away, and that family invited me over a few evenings to have dinner. It consisted of a doctor, his wife and their identical twin daughters. The mom would pick me up in her Dodge Caravan, and then drop me off back home at the end of the evening. So far so good. It's Saturday afternoon, and I spent the most of it with the twins watching a movie. I'm supposed to be back home for dinner as my parents are arriving home around 5 p.m. This time the father is set to bring me back in his shining red Dodge VIP convertible. A Dodge VIP. Awesome. I hop into the passenger seat and the guy drives past my street. Hey, my street was that one. I know. Just warming up the engine a little. Some distance later, he turns around and guns it. I become one with the leather seat and everything flappable on my face. Opens right up like Alex in Clockwork Orange before the onslaught of violence and classical music. The dude proceeds to turn into my street at a speed I will forever judge as physically impossible, before screeching to a halt in front of my home. He says goodbye, I thank him for the ride, run inside and go to the bathroom, where I proceed to relieve my bladder in extremis. A while later, I moved to the other side of the continent. My parents still held contact with a few people from back there. A few years later I learn that the father's been arrested and put in jail. Oh really? I say. I guess he got one too many speeding tickets for driving like a maniac. No. He's been put in jail for having a computer stuffed with kiddie porn. TLDR. Dude drives car like a maniac. Ends up getting arrested for being a pedo. In February of 2002 my mom took me out to dinner when I was 16 and told me that I had another sibling. In 1984 she had been extremely poor, sleeping on a friend's couch in San Diego at the time, and got pregnant. She gave the baby girl up for adoption and did not see her since. She told me in 2002 because that was the day of the girl's 18th birthday and she could start poking around for her birth parents if she wanted, and my mom didn't want to have her just show up one day and have me be very confused. Naturally, my other sister, who already knew, and I got to work, and had found her in 2006 or 2007. We talked on the phone a lot and texted, etc. I was thrilled to have found a sibling close to my age. I have a half sister and half brother that I'm very close to, but there's a huge age difference between us. In 2009 I invited her to my wedding where we finally met a few days before it. She seemed normal, but very quiet and shy. I'm about as introverted as they come, so I didn't care. She got to meet my mom and that went well too, other than being quiet and shy. But I understood that it might be a tad awkward to find your birth mother after so long. A couple hours after she left the house, she called me from her hotel room and said she was going back to Oregon because she was too panicked and overwhelmed. I have not seen or heard from her since and have absolutely no idea how to approach that situation. I snagged a job as a teller at a local credit union over the summer. It was only meant to be a seasonal position, but my supervisor told me that I would be offered the same position next summer as well because I was so great. I got along quite well with all my coworkers, who told me that their favorite characteristic of mine is my unconventional sarcastic sense of humor. To these coworkers of mine, most of whom were child rearing, 50 Shades of Grey reading, gossipy and rapidly aging women, I was a young fresh wild card who lives by my own rules and makes inappropriate jokes. By the summer's end, I was preparing to leave the credit union and return to university. The entire credit union crew decided to treat me and my girlfriend to dinner at Chili's on my last day. It was a good end to the summer. A few of my coworkers expressed a desire to become friends with me on Facebook, apparently to keep in touch while I was away at school. One of my only 2 male coworkers warned me that I should maybe think twice before adding these ladies on Facebook, but I shrugged it off and add 3 of them. A few days later, I'm relaxing at home, listening to some new music. As I often do, when I hear a cool new song, I decide to share it on my Facebook for my friends to see. The song had a bizarre name, but I didn't think twice about putting it on Facebook. The song was entitled, "Kill Your Coworkers" by Flying Lotus. The next day, I get woken up by 2 police officers at my front door. Someone at the credit union had called the police because they believed the posting of that song was a threat directed toward my coworkers at the credit union. Needless to say, I was shocked, and I insisted to the police officers that it was a misunderstanding and all I did was post a harmless song in hopes of broadening my friends' music tastes. The cops seemed to understand, told me to be careful about what I put on the internet, and went on their way. When I called the credit union afterwards to ask if they wanted me to work there again, I was told that due to the event that took place at the end of the summer, I will not be able to seek employment with the credit union in the future. Fakers. Edit. Here is the song I shared on Facebook. Flying Lotus. Here is the violent music video of said song, which I did not share but is cool. Video. This experience taught me the importance of being aware of how easily your intentions can sometimes be misinterpreted, especially on the internet. Heed my advice. Actively analyze the things you say and do. Avoid conveying potentially ambiguous messages. Make your intentions clear, and be aware that, while someone's intentions may seem sinister, they may actually be innocent. In 8th grade, most of my group of peers decided to turn on one of my friends. Yeah, okay, that's not cool, so I stand up for him. About a month later they all turn on me and love the others again. This started 2 years of not being able to find new friends and being relatively lonely, which started 2 years of being depressed, developing some anxiety issues, and not really knowing how to act in social situations. Moved to my junior year of high school. We moved to another part of the state. I'm in my 2nd year at a new school. At this point I've readjusted, and I'm relatively back to normal. I'm happy. Then one night my mother drunkenly, she was celebrating get new job, tell me a story. We go back to my group of friends from 8th grade. She took care of the leader and his brother because of their family's recent divorce. Apparently, he told her that he needed somewhere he knew he could be safe. So my mom said our house was available on one condition. That he wouldn't bring me into any of his shit that he was getting into. Weed and alcohol. Well, to any adult, that's easy. Don't bring them to those events and still do other things. Nope. This was the real reason why my friends hated being around me. I completely understand her intentions, and without us moving to where we are now, I wouldn't have found all the great things I have. But my worst 2 years, so far, weird caused by my mom trying to protect me. TLDR 2 years of depression and anxiety due to having no friends etc. was accidentally caused by my mom. Was working a sheet job for 6 years with no way out, since I was stupid when I was younger and did not acquire any trade skills. 2 years into my employment with said sheety company, my boss was fired and replaced with a barely functioning retard. The boss who got fired was somebody that I respected a whole lot, and we got along really well. I was able to be friends with him and still treat him as a boss, which is something a lot of people have difficulty with. I always wished I could be like him. 4 years after he was fired, I'm still at that job and it's taking a toll on my home life. I was drinking a lot, and my wife had no idea helped me through my depression. I had some pretty dark thoughts some days. I still don't know how I lasted so long. As I'm at the end of my rope, my former boss calls me up and offers me a job that I'm not qualified for, but he will spend time teaching me since he knows I'm electromechanically inclined. The kicker is that it's a good $40k a year increase for me, and I get a work vehicle that I can use for personal use whenever I want with all the gas paid by the company. I'm a guy that never cries, but when I got that call, I broke down in tears of joy. I'm 3 months into it right now, and even if I don't retire there, I'm picking up skills and experience that will make me very desirable to any future employer. Just thought this thread needed more happy notes. In middle school I was desperately in like with a girl who I will refer to as Sarah. She was the first girl I found balls enough to tell her that I liked her. She thought it was sweet, but said her mom didn't want her in a relationship yet. Keep that in mind. Around this time my best friend introduced me to a kid who I will refer to as Randy. We had common interests in games, TV, and music. After a month of hanging out, Randy became best friend number 2. At this point he liked a girl named Jen. He was so paranoid he asked me to shake hands on a pact that we would never go for the girl the other liked. Brothers for life, I thought, and shook. Anyway, for all of 7th and 8th grade, I would hang out with Sarah, talk on the phone every day, and when we both got cell phones and texting we would talk from the moment we woke up until one of us fell asleep with phone in hand. A lot of people, parents included, figured we were together but not saying anything because of Sarah's mom and her anti-dating rule. The big 8th grade formal rolled around. Randy manned up and asked Jen, and she said yes. Sarah had told me she was going with her best friend, Sally, since neither wanted to worry about boys. I ended up going alone, but with intentions to finally get Sarah. I arrived at the formal with my best friend, Randy, and 2 other dudes who were in our posse. Randy meets up with Jen right away. My best friend hung out with the DJ the entire night, and the other dude scoured the floor for girls. The first slow song hit, and I saw Randy and Jen kiss. Oh, how sweet. After the song, Sally, Sarah's best friend, came up to me and said Sarah was in hysterics outside. I went outside and tried to console her. Turns out, she was very in like with Randy, and seeing him with Jen killed her. I tried to calm her down. I figured I would ask her to dance the next slow song with me. She kept crying. Sally called her mom and the 2 of them went home early. Desperate, I walked back in and asked the first cute girl I saw to dance with me for the last song of the night. Quiet smart athletic girl named Kelly. I wish I knew it then, but Kelly had a crush on me. She told me years later at a New Year's party, and we both laughed about everything that was about to transpire in 12/13-year-old me's world. Summer happens. I spend time with my friends, especially my best and Randy. We're thick as thrives. I also hang out with Sarah at least once a week, still very in like with her, and talk/text all day, every day. Going into freshman year at high school, Randy dumps Jen. To my glee, Randy, my best friend, Sally, and Sarah all had a class together. We sang in close proximity and things were cool. Until winter formal. I asked Sarah to go with me. She gently put me down and said she only liked me as a friend. I asked her why we ended up so close and told her I felt lead on. She proceeded to tell me that everything, every text, call, hangout, conversation, hug, and high five was all a test. A test starting with exchanging phone numbers. She wanted to see how giving a guy her number would play out, so she could tweak her game when she asked Randy for his number. I was floored. The entire friendship was a complete lie. She then said, if Randy didn't ask her to winter formal, I could take her. Randy found out. He then went to Sarah and told her that I, not he, had wanted a bro pact, and that's why Randy kept turning Sarah down. They wound up in a relationship not 10 minutes later, and each other's date for the formal. In the span of 20 minutes, I found out that the girl I liked played me like a Nintendo 64 and one of my best friends had betrayed me faster than Judas running to the Romans. Sally, Sarah's bestie, called me that night and related the furious fuck off from Sarah as well as the news of betrayal. Randy made everyone think I was an asshole when I hadn't done a thing but try and be a good friend. Formal sucked, wound up going with Sally as a favor. While there Sarah and Randy made out all night. They never danced. They just sat in a corner and tongue wrestled. Each of them shot me glares if I had to walk past them. The after party was just as awkward. Here we are at Randy's house and everyone has coupled off. Except me, Sally, this other strange girl, and Randy's ex Jen. I wanted no part of it, so I called for a ride home and said I ate something with too much cheese, sensitive stomach, and didn't want to destroy the toilets at Randy's house. My dad being lactose intolerant understood and picked me up. The next day I got a call from Sarah. She told me all about kissing Randy, how he had loved her for so long, but was trapped by my paranoid pact, and then said she let Randy steal second base. I was pissed. I hung up and called Sarah's mom directly as I had her number from the times before Sarah got a cell phone and her mom would call mine to get her outside for a ride home. I told Mrs. Sarah's mama about the boyfriend, the kissing, and the groping. The next day in a school, Sarah handed Randy a note and ran off teary-eyed. Randy came to me later and said he needed a friend to talk to. Sarah dumped him and he was distraught. I told him I was pissed about everything and he, to my surprise, broke down and apologized for lying to me, about me, and making me look like a jerk. I told him about how Sarah played me and warned him that if she would do that to me, she'd do it to him. He agreed. I ended up telling him about the phone call to her mom too. He was mad, but after the truth about Sarah's deception he got over it. Or so I thought. 2 weeks later they were back together, and he told her everything I had said during that conversation. Betrayed twice by the same people in less than a month. This time, Sarah convinced her mom to drop the no dating rule, so they were unstoppable. I gave up and moved on. They were together until senior year, when Sarah dumped Randy for his new best friend. Randy then tried to warn him about Sarah using me as the example, but this time, it was Randy who was cast out. He had experienced everything I went through and ended up at senior prom alone, unlike me who went to my senior prom, my date's junior prom. She was a year younger, and my good friend from a girls' school's mix-a prom thing. I went to 3, he went alone to 1. I felt bad, but we never reconnected. Even years later. I hear Sarah is now dating a guy 10 years her senior, and is on her way to becoming a certified gold digger. Biggest plot twist of all is that I came out the winner and have never dealt with them since edits, iPhone autocorrects and a few awkwardly worded sentences. Okay, so I work in the restaurant business, Burger King to be specific. I was fairly new at the time of this event, so I wasn't surprised when I was accused of what happens next. While bussing a table off, one of my co-workers, let's name him John, one of my better friends at work, came up to me and asked if I had been drinking beer out of the walk-in beer freezer in our basement. Of course, I had denied the idea, as I wouldn't dare do such a thing, especially being fairly new there. John responded with assurance, saying he didn't think it was me, but that he wanted to make sure before my boss approached me on the subject. The next day I worked, my boss did confront me on it, very calmly as he is with everything. He didn't make a point of whether or not I did do it, just that it was both illegal, due to my under 21 status, and theft from his business. I understood fully, and went about my day. Over the course of that day, several other co-workers came up to me asking if I had been doing it, mostly jokingly, saying things like just be more careful next time. Even though I know I didn't do it, it was still a nuisance to be burdened with, because I didn't want to look bad in the eyes of my boss, especially after working damn hard to display my determined work ethic. At the end of the night, I started my bar back closing ritual, in which I even out the ketchups, roll up excess silverware, and refill the upstairs stocks with beer, napkins, fruit, whatever else is missing. The beer and liquor require separate rooms, across from and within eyesight of each other in our large basement. I decided to grab the liquors first, filling up the box with Captain Morgan, Joe's Cuvo, Pinnacle, and the usual bottles that get used up fastest. Upon exiting the room, I looked across into the beer walk-in, the door of which was open. Sitting inside was John, drinking a beer, looking right at me. Just a side note, John is a fantastic guy, don't get the wrong idea. He told me that our boss had wanted him, and several others, to dispose of the lesser drank beers, which remains to be proven. Regardless of truth, he did tell me that our boss would not continue to think it was him, so I chose to stay out of it and let whatever happens happen. To this day, nothing has happened. My parents got divorced when I was 5. I don't remember a whole hell of a lot of it, but I do remember constantly asking my mom where my dad went. She told me each time I asked that bad daddy has left us for good. Now, my dad was never abusive to us kids or to my mom. It was just one of those situations, as I understood it as a kid, where the parents just don't love each other anymore. So I asked my mom one time, when I was 8, why my dad left us. My mom told me that my dad was always angry, so, and this is important, she gave him the option to get help or get out. Upon hearing this, and constantly being told at 8 years old that my dad was a bad daddy, I cut all ties with my dad, with the help of my mom. I didn't speak to my dad at all for 6 years. I can't remember what finally flipped in my head, but I reached out to my dad one day via email when I was 14. We got to talking, and I realized my dad wasn't all that awful. We talked more and more, and built up a new relationship of trust. Then one day I'm over at his house and we are having a semi-serious discussion about the divorce, and why he left. I told him that my mom kept telling us growing up that she gave him the option to either get help or get out. The look of pure hurt and shock on my dad's face is something I'll never forget. It turns out my mom actually went and got a court order to remove him from his own house, his name on the documents. She lied to a judge, claiming he was abusive, had him removed from the house, and then promptly declared bankruptcy on all their shared assets, screwing my dad over financially for about 10 years after that. TLDR, my mom's a crazy bitch who cost me 6 years of my life away from my dad. When I was in high school, a person who was best friends with the girl I was dating, and her biggest rival, academically, told the head of department math teacher and vice principal that I had hacked the school network and stolen a copy of the math exams. I was almost expelled from the school. At the time we, as a collective of students, actually had access to an admin account for the school's internet, which was metered to 100 MB per student a semester. I eventually confessed to this after being interrogated by 3 teachers for a number of hours and my bag/locker/mobile searched. Ironically, only thing that saved me from expulsion and I guess proved me innocent of this crime was we got the results of our math exam and I ended up with a C. D was a fail in my curriculum. I still remember to this day that I took the fall for a friend and never revealed that he was the one who told me about the internet account details. Fast forward to our senior year, 2 years later. That same kid screwed my then girlfriend and the two hooked up. Eventually she decided to dump me because she felt guilty about the whole thing and wanted to be with him. Less than a week later he hooked up with another chick and told her all about it in great vivid detail. Needless to say, I don't speak to either of them, and it has been 5 years since. TLDR, false accusation of selling exams. Saved by sucking at math. Took fall for friend. Friend screwed girlfriend 2 years later. Also phone plus super late typing. So my best friend is a gay guy. We live in the Bible Belt, but our town has always been pretty diverse and accepting of orientation and all that. My friend, Guy will be his name for the purposes of this story, has always had a really low self-esteem, so when this boy Adam asked him out he was a little too eager to accept. Adam was really nice, though, and the two dated for a good 3 months. We were in high school at the time, so eventually our schedules changed, and I ended up in a class with him. The teacher was taking attendance and called out for an Ashley. Adam slowly raised his hand and told her to call him Adam, saying that Ashley had been a family name or something. I fell for it, and it wasn't until an encounter with him at a Walgreens in the feminine aisle that I really understood. I mean, he had always had a feminine face and kind of a high voice, so it wasn't hard to accept. I just asked simply, Adam, were you a girl at one point? It turned out that he was in fact a girl and that there was no such change. Adam was a girl who portrayed herself as a gay man because she wanted to date gay guys. It blew my mind because he had kept it up for the greater part of high school and nobody had noticed. I convinced him, and I say him, because if she wants to be recognized as male then I'll respect that, to tell the truth, and of course most of our friends freaked out because they felt like they had been lied to. He moved to another school and none of us really talked to him anymore. Looking back, I wish I hadn't made him tell. I feel boyfriend still. Sad this might get buried, but here's one of my most memorable plot twist. About 13 years ago, I was 17. Two friends of mine, one male, Chris, one female, Mel, were obviously into each other. I knew that. They didn't. They were both talking to me about one another, but not wanting to get myself involved too much. I kept that to myself. I was being the best friend that I could to both of them, without taking any risks to ruin what I felt could be an awesome upcoming relationship. One day, they both called me an hour apart to vent about one another because apparently they had a discussion over the phone that didn't go too well. I didn't take any side. I was just a bit sad over the whole thing. Chris invited me to go to the movies to change his mind. I gladly accepted, and we went to see The Phantom Menace. Just came out. While we are walking to the theater, Chris talks to me about the situation. Explains that he's really sad about not getting anywhere with Mel. I try to cheer him up, get his mind psyched about the movie. We enter the building, head towards the counter. What do I see? Mel. She's there, seemingly waiting for someone to arrive. She opens her eyes wide with surprise, then disapproving look. What the hell, Sylvester? Chris also turns on me. Dude, that's not cool. Do you think it's a joke? Mel adds, you should not pull things like that or try to get involved in our business. I'm completely speechless. I'm trying to find the words to explain myself. But I had no idea you'd be there, I swear. They keep going. Seriously, go fuck yourself, Sylvester. That's just an asshole move. By that point, considering I spent most of the past 2 months trying to be as good a neutral friend as I could, seeing them turning on me, not wanting to listen to me, feeling honestly not believed or trusted, I turn back and say, with tears in my eyes, seriously guys, I'm out of here. I can't deal with that right now, I'm sorry. I didn't take 10 steps before hearing Sylvester, don't go. Hey Sylvester. I stop, turn around with a very emotional and angry what? And then I see them, arms around each other, with the biggest grin I've ever seen on anyone. My reaction was hard to describe. Such a huge mix of emotions. I ended up hugging them, saying they pulled off the best prank I've ever experienced. Edit. Oh, and they are still together, married with 2 kids. Back in May, my family opened a restaurant. We immediately hire my lifelong next door neighbor and close friend. Let's call him MJ. Everything is pretty shaky because it's the first few months of a restaurant that had next to no business before we moved in. MJ backs us 100%, takes shifts for anyone anytime. Me and him basically become attached at the hip because we work together and still live next door to one another. My parents treat him as one of the family. They let him hang out when I'm not there, even let him use their car when he needs it. Fast forward to November. I pick up rent money from a house in Philadelphia, where I'm still paying rent and stuff. My check hadn't cleared yet, so I just bring the money home expecting to go back up the next day. One thing leads, I have to stay home for a few days with the money. When I decide to go back up, I noticed I was missing $200. Embarrassed I had lost it, I just decide to wait a few days for my check to come in and just use my paycheck to replenish it. The day that happens, my wallet goes missing. Once again I think I lost it. I look for a few days and can't find it. Humbly I ask my parents to loan me the amount to cover the cash that was in there so I could go pay rent. The day I decide to go pay rent rolls around. I go check my bank account while I'm at work and $400 are missing. I freak out. I call the bank and get the exact dates, times, and locations of the charges and cancel the card. I call the police and tell them what has happened, and they tell me to come down to file a report. MJ is working that day too, so I ask if he minds stopping by the police station on the way home, and he says it's okay. On the way down there he tells me that we need to talk about something. He tells me he's had a bad gambling problem and he got into some trouble with a bookie. He said he stole my card and the charges were him, but he didn't know where my wallet was. Then he tells me we should still go to the police station to report my license missing, so I don't get in trouble. If I get pulled over, I lose it and start screaming at him. We go to the police station and I tell them he admitted to it and was out in the car. They arrest him on site. He's getting prosecuted by the state, but I'm not sure with what. He was also on probation at the time, so he's pretty faked. TLDR lifelong close friend, next door neighbor, and confidant stole almost $1,000 from me to support a gambling problem. I deliver him and all the evidence to the police. I had been chatting with this girl, a friend of a friend, for months before I had the courage to ask her out. Other than the fact that I chickened out in going for a kiss, the first date went swimmingly, so I promptly set up a second for the following Sunday, dinner and a movie at my place. Score. I couldn't be more excited. Saturday rolls around, and an impromptu trip to the not too distant city is orchestrated by a couple of my buds. I find myself playing Texas Hold'em on the eve of my dream date, and winning. Not just winning huge. I turn $200 into $1,200 within 2 hours. It's unreal. I cash out and proceed to have several of the most euphoric hours of my life. A date is on deck, my pockets are full of money won, and the shots are flowing. My buds and I hit a nearby piano bar to properly celebrate. As soon as we enter bar, a couple catches my eye with their nuclear, next level making out. I point them out to my friends and we all have a hearty laugh at this girl's mauling. Fast forward to last call. The lights come on, and the girl being mauled is my date to be. What are the odds? 100 miles from home, me winning instead of grinding cards all night, dozens of bars to choose from. She didn't see me at first. I had time to get my initial what? Reaction out of the way before she came over and confirmed our date the next night. I put on a smile, confirmed we were still on, then called the next day and cancelled. I know this story isn't all that epic, but never before have I gone from feeling so amazing to so shitty so quickly, and I hope I never do again. Haha yeah. When I was like 13 I was using Jabia online a lot, as were my nerdy friends. One of my friends, who I will call Amy, was a quiet sorta tomboyish Asian girl. She introduced me over Jabia to her friend Nate, I'm not using real names here, who she knew in real life from her previous school. Nate and I started talking online and I think kind of flirting. Eventually he asked Amy to give me a gift, which she left in front of my locker. He wrote a poem about it in his Jabia journal. I remember something about a gift being left in front of a blue door, and our lockers were blue. It was some little trinkets, a Green Day pin and I think maybe some sort of keychain, but I was really excited and flattered, because no one had shown any interest in me before like that. A few weeks later, Nate tells me he's going on vacation with his family upstate. Keep in mind, I've still never met this dude in real life. Okay. My friend Jane and I go to the pool together. There's a really cute guy there about our age, and being 13 we sort of follow him around a little and giggle. Eventually he introduces himself to us as Nate, meaning the same Nate I'd been talking to on Jabia, first and last name. I was like okay, because he'd said he was on vacation, or so I thought. I asked if he knew who I was. He had no faking idea. Long story short, my friend Amy had completely pretended to be this kid while talking to me for months, even giving me the gift that was supposedly from him. The odds of having actually met him like that and figuring out the story are so incredibly low it just makes my brain hurt. I never really talked to her about it because I was, and still am, sorta terrified of confrontation, but I really wish I had asked like hey, what the fuck was that about? At the very least. Unfortunately in the year following I went sorta teen girl crazy and had more pressing problems in my life to deal with. Still among the strangest things that's ever happened to me. I was working at the movie theater when the conversation comes up that a dude with my name used to work there. My manager tells me that we have a lot in common. So we chat over MySpace, and I come off as a little strong, which I realize now, so he just stops talking to me. Fine. At this point I'm 19, and a virgin, which I'd like to point out isn't a bad thing, and awkward around guys, so I shrug it off. Fast forward about 1.5 years. I'm now dating this guy I met through mutual friends, things are going okay. Then his mom tells me about how, name substituted, John always wanted to be like his older brother Jamie, down to growing his hair out to look like him. I don't think anything of it. Till we go to Jamie's house. It was the MySpace guy I was flirting with over a year ago. Jump in the TARDIS and go forward a few months. John broke up with me for being clingy. Over text message. Not a glamorous way to be broken up with, but is there really? I get a message from Jamie wanting to hang out. And we do. We then start fooling around. And then we just kind of drop it. One more twist to this story. I promise. It is now 2009. I'm in the height of my party years, and I meet this guy, who is currently in 2012, my boyfriend. He starts telling me stories of his youth. Jamie was his best friend, and up until recently his roommate. And minor twist, turns out this dude worked with my sister at the time all these past events went on and totally wanted to bone her. TLDR, internet fling didn't work out. Started dating guy that was unknowingly was internet guy's brother. Then boned internet guy. Currently dating internet guy's best friend and ex-roommate who wanted to bone sister years prior to our meeting. This happened to my dad, not me. My dad met this woman, let's call her Jessica. Anyway, they meet and she was just kicked out from caring for her elderly mom by her sister, while also caring for and visiting her dad in a nursing home for people with Alzheimer's. So my dad offers her a place to stay for a little while until she's on her feet. Might I add, she's a super sweet and caring woman with a seemingly heart of gold that was maliciously ostracized by her family. Well, they started to hit it off and began to date. We all meet her, and she is instantly liked by all of the family. She tells us about her son, who lives in Virginia. We'll call him John. He was a mechanical engineer who had graduated from Clemson University a few years prior and took a job up there. We are in SC. She even told about how she was married to an abusive husband and left him to move in with her parents to raise him. Everything is going well, and 3 months later, my dad tells us all that he asked her to marry him. We were all shocked, but went with it. If that wasn't strange enough, they wanted to get married ASAP. Again, it was weird, but we went with it. So, they're married in under 2 months from this point. All of a sudden, she tells dad about all this money, and we are talking millions here, that she had made from poker machines before it was outlawed here. Told all about how her friend had went into business together. It didn't seem weird, because she used to own a temp service with this same friend. Also, her dad was in one of the most prestigious and expensive facilities of the area. The pieces all seemed to fit. She takes us to the house that she had sold to a local church and told us about all the changes that had been made, etc. She started making plans to buy a convenience store, talked to the owner selling it, and started working out all of the details. She even made plans for her friend to attend a cooking class with my sister and aunt, but had to cancel last minute via Jessica. So here starts the plot twist. All of a sudden, she calls the whole deal off. She claimed that the ICE had frozen her accounts because her friend and business partner was being investigated for tax evasion. She was so scared to even buy a pack of gum. So, she hired a lawyer, took care of the matter with the ICE and another to deal with her sister, who coincidentally decided to sue her at about the same time. Well, my uncle is a service writer at a local book dealer and is well known and liked by local book patrons. One of these said patrons, who knew my dad, uncle, and Jessica, was there around Christmas and just mentioned that she wasn't who she seemed. Though, we all were catching on to the obvious fallacies. This was just icing on the cake, so to speak. Dad decided to do some digging and found out some inaccuracies about her background. He tracked down her sister, we will call her Claire, and talked to her. Come to find out, her stories about caring for her parents was her sister's story. Her son lived in the next city the whole time and wanted nothing to do with him. She had a friend that had had a motorcycle wreck that she visited a lot, which turned out to be her ex-husband. She didn't have just one child, but 5, 4 of which she had literally sold. She would raise them to 18 months and find a buyer to adopt them. She had been married 3 times previously, not the ones that she had told my dad. There was no money, or businesses, or even the friends that she constantly talked about. Nothing at all was real. Nothing. Even the house that she sold was her ex-brother-in-law's house. Her entire life was cherry-picked stories from her family's life. Claire told him that he was the fastest to figure it out. She was being sued by her sister and mother to get her removed from being the executor of her father's estate due to being mentally incapable of doing so. So, now my dad is seeking an annulment to the marriage. My sister found 2 of her children and talked to them about the whole thing. It was just a crazy whirlwind of disbelief, with new info being uncovered daily. I'm sure I've left out a bunch of craziness, but I think I've hit the high spots. TLDR, dad meets woman, marries woman, then woman turns out to be a pathological liar with a mind-blowing past. Epic win twist. I was a senior in high school and my cousin was a freshman, but had developed like a 17-year-old and was doing the whole small town slut thing. My friends always saw pictures of her and said how fine she was. This persisted through many threats of us kickings. One day I'm chilling with family when I grab my cousin's phone to mess with her. She freaks out hardcore, so naturally I become suspicious and start browsing her texts. I just glance over the names, but the text that catches my eye states so I can do wonders in bed. At this point I close the phone, shake my head, and decide to carry on with my day. A few minutes later she asks if I realized who it was from. Good memory kicks in, and I realize it was my now ex best friend. Really pissed at both of them, but whatever. Few weeks go by, and they are dating, and whatever, gearing up to beat his ass despite all the family protests, when lo and behold, after I'm sure they've had sex, even though they deny it to this day, they run into each other at none other than a family reunion. They turn out to be second cousins, and I rejoice in the fact that he caused himself way more psychological problems by betraying me than an ass beating could ever provide. TLDR, my 18-year-old friend faked my 14-year-old cousin when I told him not to, ended up being his second cousin too. This happened 10 years ago, when I was 16 living in a small village in France. I met this girl a few years older than me called Charlotte. I had moved there recently, and we began to become very good friends. We were both female, so we tried each other's clothes on, and talked for hours on end. She lived in a immaculate manor house in the hills, and for weeks I would literally live there, with her parents almost never there. It was our own little world. My family was quite poor, so this was all very new to me. Charlotte and I lounged about the house, drank ridiculous amounts of red wine, and listened to opera, or things she was into. Fast forward a couple of months and me and Charlotte were in love. We were inseparable, and our parents couldn't tear us apart if they tried. One day I was wandering about her expansive house and came across a door that I had never really noticed. After asking Charlotte, she told me the story of her sister, who had drowned tragically in a river. The room had become a shrine and hadn't been touched since she died 5 years ago, and had forgot to tell me. After this, Charlotte often bring up her sister named Minna. Nothing weird, like when I tried on a dress she would say it was her sister's, or would pull out a picture and tell me about her. It was a common talking point for a while. Fast forward another couple of months, and I was making my way up to Charlotte's house to go and see her. After walking through her front door, which was never locked, she was sitting on her bed packing, saying she was moving to America to study. Me, completely shocked and silently crying about my best friend leaving, couldn't take it, so I turned round and walked out. As I walked down her driveway, a voice called out to me. To the left was a woman in her 30s asking if I was alright because of the tears on my face. Turning to look at her, she seemed familiar. I slowly came to realize it was Minna, Charlotte's supposed dead sister, just standing there right in front of me. I slowly turned around and left. It turns out Minna never died. She never drowned in the river. She was just living in England with her husband. Charlotte had made it all up. It was her sick little game. I never saw Charlotte and never went to the house again. This is more a Maury thing. I was dating this chick for about 6-7 months. Essie comes to me and says that she was pregnant. I was excited, scared but happy as hell. Me and her were gonna move in with her mom. So a month passes by, I'm helping her move into her mom's house. Then I get a call from a buddy of mine. He tells me that my girl was sleeping around with other people and that I shouldn't trust her. For a while I did not want to believe it. Then after a week I broke down and confronted her about it. It started off with me asking her if she ever cheated on me. She said no, but in a very weird tone. I started to ask her again and again. She kept answering in that weird tone. I started to yell at her. She finally broke down and admitted to it. I was so pissed. I then asked her if she faked around the time she got knocked up. She said yes. I was so pissed I punched the car next to me. I told her I was done with this shit and walked away. I did not speak to her for a month. Then one day she sent me a picture of her and some guy I knew. She wrote, "See what you missed out on." She sent this on my birthday. I almost killed someone. Then a few months passed and I was talking about this with a professor in my college I had befriended. She told me that I had to confront her and make sure that the kid was not mine. So I called her mom up and told her that I wanted to get a paternity test. So we went to a doc and they took some samples and shit. A few weeks later her mom calls me and tells me that the test came in and she wants to open it at her house. So make the drive over there. My ex and her new boyfriend were there. I felt like puking right there when they opened the letter and it said it was not mine. I got up and walked out of the house. I felt so much better knowing for sure that the kids was not mine. Since then I have changed my numbers and kept away from chicks like her. I was attacked by a police dog when I was a kid. After that, big dogs and especially German shepherds gave me enormous willies. I was working at a demolitions plant for a bit and I was the only girl there, so I got a lot of weird attention from the guys. And we had this dog, a gigantic black German shepherd that was our night guard's buddy that would just stand in the office and stare at me. Never made a peep or moved quick or anything, but would just stare. I learned to just ignore the fucking dog after a while, but I'd turn around and it'd be sitting in the corner, staring. Anyway, we had this delivery guy who would come in. After the first visit, he knew my name and kept making me take him to different offices in the plant instead of walking there himself. There was something real off about him because he kept acting like a real sleazy frat boy with the way he would slip stuff into conversations, asking me where I live / if I had a boyfriend. I also never gave him my name. Anyway, the third time he comes in he makes me take him to the furthest away building. I really didn't want to. I even stood outside and pointed at the building, but he insisted I come. All of a sudden the dog shows up and starts following me. I was pretty nervous because it started acting super aggressive for the first time. Snarling, growling, hair raising, big black eyes all open. I was like, oh fuck, I'm going to get murdered by a damn dog. At one point, when I was walking the guy tries to put a hand on my shoulder, still pretty innocent, but and then the dog goes after the delivery guy, shoves its snout in his crotch, gets between his legs, almost knocks him over. Never barks, no real noise. After that, the guy never ever came by to bother me again. I'd just see him walk past my desk to go straight to his destinations. TLDR, I like dogs a lot now. This didn't really happen to me, but oh well. So I have these 4 friends. We'll call them Kate, Dana, Mark, and Joe. They're all close friends because we have worked together for years, and Kate and Dana were particularly close friends. A couple years ago Kate and Mark started dating. It wasn't super serious, and they only went out for a couple months or so, but it was really intense for Kate, since she hadn't ever had a boyfriend that she liked as much as Mark. Anyway, that didn't work out because Mark had a job that meant he was gone for something like 10 over 12 months of the year. So Kate and Mark broke up. In the meantime, Dana and Joe, who are married, are trying to have a baby, but they haven't had any luck. They've been trying for a couple years, and they are starting to worry. They go to get tested and find out that Joe is infertile. They are not very wealthy at all, so adoption would be pretty difficult, as we're going to a sperm bank, but they are nearly past the child having age, so they are getting anxious and really want a biological child. So instead of going to a sperm bank, they start going to their friends, their male friends, asking for sperm. Well, guess who got asked? Mark. He and Kate had been broken up for a while, but Dana and Kate have been talking about how Dana has been trying to get pregnant, and man is this weird for Kate. So basically, Kate has to hear about her ex-boyfriend getting Dana pregnant, while Dana is still married. Oh, and since Dana and Joe aren't exactly affluent, they have to do this all with a turkey baster type of thing. TLDR, two married friends use another friend's ex-boyfriend for sperm, which she has to hear about all the time. I can't go into details, but I had to have a serious chat with a fellow, with a judging party. He was planning to falsely accuse me of some bullshit, to get me in trouble for some stuff he did himself. Now, he was quite proud of his plan, so he shared his plans with some strangers over the internets. Well, someone he at least thought he knew well enough. He had it all figured out, explained in great detail how he'd finally crafted a way for me to get in some bad trouble for his own shit. So once we were all seated, and he was presenting his case, I listened attentively to every word. He was putting the blame on me, telling about how I'd done this and done that, demanding that I be this and that. Now, what he never saw coming, what he didn't think was possible, was that I knew at least a few of these strangers quite well. Because they're in my folder, I had neatly documented, organized, and printed evidence of his correspondences with one of these strangers. His first words upon reading it was, "Where did you get that?" For those of you who are ever planning to do misdeeds where there might be evidence present, please keep in mind that those words are not the appropriate response to seeing damning evidence of your actions. Needless to say, I cleared my name and left a wake of destruction. And in this case, snitches did not get stitches. They got a bonus instead. The first girl I dated, in high school, had led a faked up life when I met her. Born in Poland, when she was a baby her parents had been killed in a civil dispute, and her aunt in America adopted her and her sisters. They lived in New York and her aunt used to leave her in the care of her uncle, aunt's brother. They moved after it finally came out that her uncle had been tying her up and wrapping her on a regular basis. I held her a few terrible nights, shivering and crying, when the guy had been calling her, threatening to come find her. Then the worst came on a day I was readying to go to practice for a play I was in. She came to me in tears. Her sister, pregnant, has committed suicide the night before. I skipped play practice, held her all afternoon as she cried. When her mother came home, no one talked about it. I remember thinking how strong they were both being, acting like nothing was wrong. Prom came. My parents followed the limo we'd rented over to her house for pictures of me picking her up. We drove off for a wonderful night, didn't get home until the sun was high the next morning. As I began walking toward the house, I heard the phone ringing. By the time I got inside, the answering machine was going. It was my girlfriend weeping, apologizing, because everything she'd ever told me was a lie. Taking pictures at her mother's house, my parents had offered condolences for the loss of her sister. Her mother had no idea what they were talking about. Her sister was fine. There was no rapist uncle. She was born in Baltimore, taken from her real parents because they were crack addicts. That faking day was the most surreal day of my life. Well, I'm sure that I'm several hours too late to this thread, but I'll type it up anyway. During pre-orientation for college, I met a girl that I quickly became good friends with. We ended up being in 3 out of 4 of the same classes, so much of our time, both in and out of class, was spent together. We start dating about a month later, and everything is good. Over the next couple of months, we get to know each other better and better. I knew she was a bio major, and expanding on that, I asked if there was anything in particular within biology that she was interested in. She tells me about research she did in high school for various science fairs. I thought this was fascinating, because it was apparently very normal to do lots of science fairs in high school where she lived, but not at all where I did. She told me about one of her projects in particular that she did for an event called ISEF. ISEF is the International Science and Engineering Fair, pretty much the highest event for high school science fairs. I said, what a coincidence. I volunteered at ISEF. It was hosted right near my house. We had a small no way moment and then put it aside. A couple of weeks later, I get a friend request on Facebook. Didn't go to my high school, doesn't go to my college. One mutual friend, my girlfriend. I thought that it was probably just some guy that added me from the suggested friends list. I felt bad clicking decline friend request, so I just left it there. Maybe 6 or 8 months later, I'm showing my girlfriend a picture of one of my high school friends on Facebook. She's flipping through pictures when she says, "Hey, you have a new friend request. Is it okay if I see who it is?" I tell her yes, and it's someone that I had met a couple of days ago. She says, "Hey, you also have a friend request from Victor, name changed. How do you know him?" I tell her that I don't know him and ask her where she knows him from. She tells me she knows him from ISEF. He was one of the other delegates from her state. Rewind to high school. In high school, I spent my senior year abroad. Except I went to Japan, and Japan's school year starts in April, so I was gone from March to February. As a result, it was more like a gap year than my senior year. Anyway, point is that I got back to the States in February, and college didn't start until September, so I had 7 months to kill. I looked for a job, but couldn't even find one flipping burgers or bagging cans. I blame the economy. I ended up volunteering at my local library and cleaning out my dad's garage, which hadn't been cleaned in about 15 years. In early May, a friend told me about ISEF. He said they needed volunteers, and as I was big into biology, I decided to check it out. It wasn't paid, but I'd get free admission and meals. For a week, I was a general volunteer and Japanese interpreter for some of the Japanese teams. One day I was eating lunch, and I ended up chatting with some of the participants. I said that I was going to OOO University, which was in the same state as he was from. He says, "Oh, there's one girl from my state's delegation going there. Where is she? Does anyone know where Lily, name changed, is?" Unfortunately, he can't find her. Lunch ends, and I go back to work. He tells me her project is on testing the effects of curcumin on breast cancer. During one of my breaks, I go to check it out, but unfortunately she's not at the booth when I went. Flashback to the present. I realize that Victor is the guy I was talking to at lunch, and the girl that was doing the research on curcumin was my girlfriend. We had a much bigger no way moment then. TLDR, volunteered at a science fair, almost met my future girlfriend from several thousand miles away. It also turns out that one of the Japanese teachers at the college I'm studying abroad at, in Japan, is good friends with my high school college advisor. Go figure. Less of a plot twist, more of a soap opera storyline, but here goes. So at primary school I was bullied, excluded, nothing physical, but I felt like an outsider, and nerdy. So I develop a particular hate for almost everyone there. So years go by, into secondary school, same crowd go to this school, but I drifted away from them, fucking glue jam. So at the end of my years at this school I get sat next to a girl who is pretty hot and seems to show an interest in me. We get talking. I'd apparently offended at some point out of idiocy, and we hit it off. I then find out she's going out with someone from the old crowd. Dun dun dun. Months after me being in torment like this, we get a lot closer. She's stressed and turns out to have serious psychological issues. Her current boyfriend isn't helping, so I start to help. Being nerdy/lonely, I fell in love despite flaws. Insert cheesy line here. After even longer I get pissed at a party, shock, and ask her full out to strip for me. Pretty out if it, and she does it. Double shock. Me being stupid horny teenager doesn't think, and we develop into a thing of not quite cheating, but yeah, no, best friends who strip on webcam. How normal. Then her boyfriend finds out and goes ballistic. They have a shitty relationship anyway at this point, and I'm still in love with this girl, so I help her to finish it. After this it turns out she wanted to go out with me, and we are still together a year later. Happy-ish ending, though I'm still hated by certain circles at my school, but yeah, no course of true love, yada yada. TLDR, bullied, fall in love, lovey going out with bullier, become best friends, see boobies, get girl. Peas. I know I'm a complete dick for this, but hey, if the world's a dick to you, you gotta get back at it sometimes. In high school I moved to 3 different schools, all in the same area, because of foster homes, so I only knew my dad until I was 13 and my mom ran off when I was about 4. My grandparents on both sides did their best to keep up with all the siblings and where they went and stayed in touch. Finally my junior year I ended up settling in with this family, getting used to school and making friends. I made a friend, let's call her Madison. She was a senior in high school, but we had lunch together every day. About 2 months before she was to graduate she introduced me to her older brother, let's call him James. We hit it off and started dating a couple weeks later. On the day of the graduation James picked me up and we headed to the school where it was to be held at the football stadium. As James and I are climbing the stairs at the stadium I look around and spot a couple that I recognized. Holding on to James, I dragged him over to say hey, introduce him and find out why my biological grandparents, on my mother's side, was there. It went something like this, me, Grandon, Grandad, what are you guys doing here? The whole time James is being silent behind me. Grandon, oh, we're here to see one of your cousins graduating. I always get excited when getting to know more of my family members, so I asked who it was to see if I know them. Grandon, Madison last name. My face dropped, like literally dropped. I turned around to look at James who I was dating for a month and a half, and he was speechless. After the graduation he brought me to his house, because his mom keeps a family tree album and sure enough there was my mother's name and my own as well. My mother's grandmother was Madison's grandmother's sister. Turned out that I settled down in my mother's hometown and was related to half the town. We broke up right then because it was way too creepy. He was completely heartbroken. It doesn't help that I'm from Alabama either. TLDR, erratic family and school life led to a short dating venture with my cousin. This'll be buried, but about a year ago, my dad and I got really interested in our family history. My dad lives in the South and doesn't have a computer or internet other than his phone, so he asked me to see what I could dig up. I did a little Google foo and actually found quite a bit. Our whole lives, we had believed, were Irish and Scottish. Turned out we were actually Scottish and English, and on top of that, our ancestors were knights and nobility. We thought this was really cool, so we got more serious. I got onto genealogy websites, digging through more than a century's worth of census, birth, death, and marriage certificates, definitively tracing our lineage back as far as I could, to a man named Henry B. After we got as far as we could with records, my father and I decided to get some DNA testing done on one of those websites that connects you to people of the same genetic lineage, so you can create a larger picture of your family tree. So I ordered a test, sent my DNA sample back in, and joined the group project for my surname. When I joined the project, they asked for some basic information, name, birth date, place of birth, etc., and for the name of my oldest known relative, so I put down the name of Henry B., the man I had, without any possibility of error, traced back as our great etc. grandfather. A few months later, the moderator of the group sent me an email, stating that I could not genetically be related to Henry B. This confused me, and I talked to my dad about it, who talked to his mom about it. His mother immediately stated accusing my mother of cheating on my dad, and that's why my DNA test came up negative for the match. Our rebuttal to this was that my dad and I are practically the same person. From our height, to our hair, looks, and even mannerisms, we are nearly identical. When I visit him, people mistake me for him all the time. After doing a little more digging on the genetic DNA service, I looked at my haplogroup results next to every other member of the project I was in. My DNA didn't match a single member that shared my name. I tell my dad, and he confronts his mom. After a lot of backpedaling and lying, she admitted that she had an affair, many, actually, and she wasn't sure who my father's real father was. We've both more or less disowned her since then, and I'm in the process of changing my name. All I know now is that genetically, I'm Norwegian, which seems kind of like a cruel joke, because I'm 5 feet 6 inches. TLDR, studied up on my family history, took a DNA test, Found out I wasn't related to the rest of my family and that my grandmother was a harlot, and I don't know anything about my biological family except that I'm a midget Viking. I was in an emotionally/verbally abusive relationship with a guy, but didn't feel strong enough to leave him until years into the relationship. Meanwhile, he developed a friendship with this new girl at work. We were already engaged at the time they first met, and she and I actually became pretty good friends. We all hung out together quite frequently, along with another friend of hers who worked with them, and we all even went to church together. Well, things started to get weird between them. They flirted with each other constantly, right in front of me, and a lot of times it was really touchy-feely. I told him I wasn't comfortable with it. He didn't care enough to stop. Just swore up and down that nothing was going on between them, and that I was crazy. This was a fight we started having on a regular basis. Then they started talking a lot, texting, phoning for hours outside of work, while I was home trying to spend time with him. He was always secretive about texts he got, but every time I ever got one he demanded to know who it was from, and lots of times would read it after I put my phone back down. Time passes and we get married. I even invited her to my showers, and she came to the wedding. 8 months into the marriage, and things continued to get more and more shady between them. On top of that was his controlling, abusive relationship with me, and I couldn't take it anymore. I left, and 6 months later the divorce was final. They're married now. It isn't much of a plot twist, now that I think about it, but I used to be really great friends with this guy for about 10 years. We just shared the same friend circle and there was never much to it. A couple of years ago, I had just gotten out of a really awful relationship and he and I got drunk and slept together, and he didn't call me ever again. It would have been a bummer if I hadn't met a really great guy immediately after with whom I did pursue a relationship. Fast forward about a year, and I'm single again, but I get a text from a girl who had been my best friend in elementary school, but I hadn't spoken to since we graduated high school roughly 3 years before. Turns out it isn't her, but the old friend I'd slept with who was now dating her. He tells me this nauseating story about how they met and proceeds to tell me we need to find me a man so we can all get together. Nope. Now, I didn't have a Facebook at that time, but about a month later decided to reactivate my old account. Lo behold, happy 2-month anniversary, and such all over his wall, and invite to his welcome home party in 3 months. I deleted both of them and moved on until about 2 months later my mom and I were at breakfast and she asked if I'd heard from the girl since we were so close as kids. Well, my mom ran into her mom at the market and found out she's not doing too well. No, she's pregnant and her boyfriend is in jail. Yep, that's where he's coming home from. He robbed a laundromat he got fired from and couldn't get the register open and was later busted with a stolen gun and a pipe to boot. TLDR, guy did me a favor by not calling me again. Well, I may as well add to the whole online thing here. A couple years ago my parents were going through a rough patch, and it was inevitable that they would soon get a divorce. Wasn't a huge deal. I'm a grown woman and I understand. Sure it sucked but whatever. They were still living together trying to figure out where things were going when mom moved out and my brother went with her. Fast forward a few months, my boyfriend and I went through a huge ordeal and we broke up. My dad proceeded to beat the shit out of my ex-boyfriend. They both went to jail, just for a couple days. I will spare the details, but it happened to be on Father's Day. Mom posted dad's bail and moved back into keep, and I on him. Dad said he loved her, and blah blah blah. Fast forward a couple more months. Mom finds pictures of some woman on the computer and began to question dad. He had met someone online. Not the end of the world I guess, but here's the kicker. She is a faking Thailand mail order faking bride. Yes, a mail order bride. Dad had apparently been sending her money for months in exchange for conversation and possibly things I do not want to picture. Obviously mom moved back out and they do their best not to talk to each other. Dad is in Thailand right now for Christmas with his new family and it feels like he has forgotten about the rest of us. Should have seen it coming though. He has 2 kids from a previous marriage that he has nothing to do with. I haven't even met them, and they don't know my brother and I exist. TLDR, dad bought a mail order bride from Thailand. Oh, I've got this. It just happened to me 2 nights ago. Okay, so, there was this girl I liked in high school, and to this day, I've never liked a girl more. I was a junior, and she was a freshman. I'd never told a girl I liked her to her face before because, well, I was a wussy, and texting seemed so much easier. But I thought this girl is worth it, Alex. I need moral support, so I get a couple of my good pals to be in the freshman hall where I was going to do it. The day comes, I pull her aside from her friends. I'm a bumbling idiot at this point, and I say, so I sort of like you. Smooth, I know. Anyway, at this point, she doesn't say anything, or even look at me. She proceeds to walk away to her lucky, and start talking to a kid next to her. Suffice to say, I've never felt more rejected in my life. Anyway, the next 2 years of high school, I felt hard friend-zoned, especially when I took her to the prom that year, as friends. Anyway, I'm now halfway through my sophomore year of college, home for winter break, and I hang out with her and some of our old friends 2 nights ago. And there's a really funny story there that involves the group going to see Lincoln, and ending with her and I cuddling. But to the point, and here comes the twist. After the others leave, it's her and me, and we go get ice cream. She comes back to my place, and we just start talking. To make a longer story short, we find out that spoiler she actually liked me those 2 years too. Now how does this work? When I told her I liked her, she saw my friends in the corner and then assumed it was a really mean prank because I was a junior and she was a freshman. Then why did she make me feel like a creep the next 2 years? Well, as it turns out, I felt creepy because she was so intimidated by me. We were good friends, mind you, but my feelings only got stronger as our friendship grew closer. She tells me the other night, you asking me to prom in front of the entire school was the highlight of all my years in high school. It took 3.5 years to realize what the other person was thinking, and now I have no idea what the fuck to do. This probably won't be seen, but I have one for the books. My senior year in college I lived in a house with 5 other girls. One of my housemates, Jen, was dating this guy named Bill for almost 2 years. We all knew Bill very well. He was always around, a great friend and kind of our protector. He lived in a house with 2 other guys, not too far away, and they always used to throw pretty solid house parties that we would frequent often. So one of Bill's roommates, let's call him Dag, was dating this chick on and off throughout college. Let's call her Kathy. As senior year is starting, Bill throws a wild Halloween party, and we are hanging with good friends, having an awesome time, and in walks Kathy to the party. She is dressed as a box of wine, using her nipples as 2 spouts. Very cute outfit. One of my housemates is dressed up as a white trash bride, wearing a tight white t-shirt that says bride to be, and she stuffed a pillow in her shirt to make it look like she was preggo, rolled some cigarettes in her sleeve. It was pretty classic. Kathy and my housemate take a pic together. The night goes on. We all booze and have a grand old time. Fast forward 5 months. It's March. Lots of parties have been thrown at Bill's house. Lots of great times. Lots of hanging out with Dag and Kathy. Major boozing. Major ganja smoking. Just a terrific senior year so far. One Sunday night we are all at Bill's house just casually hanging out, watching some college basketball, when Kathy gets up to go to the bathroom. She is in there for a while, unnoticed by any of us really, and then we hear her call for Dag. She tells Dag to call 911 because she is having a faking baby. Plot twist, she knew she was pregnant all along, and Dag had no faking idea. She hid her weight gain well, and continued to booze and smoke throughout her pregnancy. She didn't really come back to school after the incident, and Dag was pretty faked up from it. But the part that makes the whole story is, when we looked through those Halloween party photos and came to the pic of Kathy and my white trash bride roommate, we can't help but laugh. My roommate had dressed up as Kathy for Halloween, basically foreshadowing the whole incident. I sure did. Flashback to the 90s, I was one of the coolest kids in elementary school. Those were the glory days, and I was friends with pretty much everyone. One kid, however, who was huge. The littler kids used to marvel at how he could fit the entire 4th Harry Potter book in his pocket, and had a reputation for being a bully. Decided he didn't like me very much. In a nod to A Christmas Story, we'll call him Zach Ward. Zach and I never fought or anything, but I was a small kid and he pushed me around a bit, even taking my lunch money a few times. In short, as a 5th grader he was my worst nightmare. Fast forward 6 years to my junior year in high school. I'm sitting in my app biology class when a friend summons me to the hallway via text message, exclaiming her distress in no uncertain terms. When I step outside to speak to her, she bursts into tears, explaining to me that some kid she didn't know was posting threats on his blog and a countdown to when he was going to shoot up the school later that day. Normally reporting people to school officials wasn't my ball game, but in this case I deemed it necessary and brought my friend to the school's vice principal. Long story short, an administrative POW commenced, and the teachers followed through by pulling the kid out of class and searching him. Plot twist, the kid making threats was the kid who bullied me in elementary school. Plot twist #2, he had a gun on him. Turns out after moving a few cities away and getting kicked out of every school in that town, he moved back and had just recently began attending my high school. I had no idea. He was shortly arrested, and last I heard he was serving a 2-year term in a state prison nearby. He was legally an adult at the time of the arrest. TLDR, reported a kid making threats to shoot up my school. Turns out he was the same kid who'd bullied me as a child, and he was serious. He's in jail. So I go to college a few states away from my home state, and so I was surprised when I met a guy, we'll call him Sam, who was not only from my home state, but also from my hometown. He was one of 6 people I have met here from my state. Anyway, one day, near the end of term, I'm hanging out with Sam, who I know pretty well, but not real well, and, knowing that we are from the same town, offers to give me a ride home. I was wondering how I was going to get home, so I'm very relieved and eagerly accept. The morning he's supposed to drive me home, 3 hours before he's about to pick me up, he calls me and asks if I can find another ride. I'm angry and ask in a passive-aggressive way if something's wrong, to which he responds that nothing's wrong, just can I find another ride. I tell him that that's going to be hard this late, and I don't know if I'll be able to, and he says alright, he can still take me. His mom shows up to drive us home, and she greets me in a funny, overly polite manner that strikes me as cold. At this point, I assume that he had failed to tell her that I would be coming home with them, and now she was angry at me for it. So I make sure to very graciously thank her very much for doing this for me, and she continues in her icy, overly cheery manner. This dynamic continues throughout the 6-hour car ride, through which Sam says absolutely nothing. Finally, they drop me off at my home, and I thank his mother so much again, and offer to drop by during the holidays, to which she responds that they will be out of town visiting relatives, which I knew, almost as soon as she said it, that it was a lie. I shrug off the whole experience, and the next day I go on Facebook to thank Sam and apologize for any inconvenience, to find that he has defriended me and presumably blocked me. I found through a mutual friend about 3 months later that his mother was an ultra-conservative Christian fundamentalist, and he had come out to her the night before. She had spent the entire car ride thinking that I was his boyfriend. Here's one. My parents were older when I came along. I had 2 sisters, 1 brother, all much older than me. I was an oops by 20 years plus. I was raised like an only child, basically. Great childhood, awesome parents, very much in love. Fast forward to when I'm 20 years old. My mother came over to my house and said she had to tell me something. Okay, I'm super close with her, no big deal. Well, her hands are sweating, she's shaking and nervous, very out of character for her, and tells me to sit down. Oh shit. The first thing she says is, "Your father and I were both married before." I'm thinking, when was this? The beginning of time. She continued and said, "Well, I got married out of high school and had 2 kids. Then I got divorced and met your father so. Well, your oldest sister is one of them, so she is your half sister again. But wait, there's more. And you have a half brother as well, who stayed in Georgia with his father. Are ya kidding me?" So, I'm a little confused. Apparently, I'm the only person in the whole wide world who wasn't privy to this information. "Why are you telling me this now, Mom?" she says. He's coming to Michigan to meet you and bring his family. So I have a niece who is named after me and some awesome new family members. I wasn't angry about it. I just felt really bad that she thought I would be. I was so happy I just hugged her. I did get to meet them and immediately clicked with all of them. What an awesome turn of events. I thank the heavens for this plot twist now, because my parents are both dead at this point, and I no longer have any kind of relationship with my other siblings. I found out when my parents were sick that my sisters hated me because of the way I was doted on as a child. So my half brother turns out to be the only other musician in the family, the only other free spirit, and the only one that matters to me. And I'm okay with that. Oh, every step of my life was a plot twist. Newborn dumped by my mother on my dad's doorstep, 3 years old, really sick, in ICU for 10 days. Treatment leaves me rather hard of hearing, but with hearing aids I'm fine. 8 attacked my crazy older sister, in prison now. 12 find out only after a week of meeting my dad's girlfriend and 3 daughters that they are moving in 2 weeks after this. 13. Dad pops the question. I've got a step family. 14. Probably the biggest one that made my whole life a lie. Finds out that mother was actually pregnant with twins and it was planned before the births that she would take on and he would take one, and unless one of the parents died they would not reunite us until we were 18. My mother died and I met my twin 4 days before our 14th birthday. A few months after turning 14, dad and stepmom die in car crash. Oldest stepsister, 20, takes over and we live of my dad's small fortune. Twin leaves for New York City, where her mom raised her, and her godmother lives. 15. Realization of lesbian sexuality after very strange dreams about one of my sister's best friends. 15 and 6 months twin returns home for good. Get first girlfriend. 16. Get dumped by girlfriend because she was leaving for college and I still had 2 more years of high school. She felt a long distance wasn't going to work out and I don't think it would have either. 16 and 5 months get new girlfriend. Go to meet her family on New Year's. Turns out she's my ex's cousin and close friend. How we didn't figure that one out sooner, I have no idea. 17. Get accepted into my dream college. With a bit of amazing luck, it was also my girlfriend's first college of choice, and she got accepted. 18. Leave for college with my girlfriend. Find out my ex actually transferred there that year without knowing we got in, but she too had a new girlfriend. I'm currently in college and my girlfriend and I are still going strong. I hope to return to my hometown to teach high school English in my old high school and maybe eventually be an author. I think a story of my life is by far a more complex plot than I can ever think up though. TLDR, my life is essentially the plot lines of 7 Degrassi characters at once. A few months ago my mom got a call that her brother committed suicide in the wee hours of the morning. She had a goodbye text from him, Zach, and knew the reasoning behind everything. It must have been pretty embarrassing, or a large thing, because no one would tell me what was going on. Zach had been an alcoholic his entire life, so I figured it was something to do with that. Over the next few weeks, I learned that my uncle committed suicide to avoid going to prison. Later I found out that the reason he was going to prison was that he molested my female cousin and not his daughter while on a drinking binge many years ago. Zach was too drunk to remember it and nothing came of it for a while. Apparently something that happened in school set off an about the memories of it. The teaching staff got involved and they gathered what they needed to press charges against Zach, who moved halfway across the country. Later I learned that his suicide note said that he would never go to prison and that this is the only way to provide for my son. I couldn't do that in prison. See you in hell, mother of Anne, Zach's sister. So now since he died, his alcoholic wife, who has never worked a day in her life, is the only provider for their son Rich. She's never worked, and she never will. The money Social Security gives to Rich's upbringing, some sort of government funding, I'm not sure exactly what it is from, is the money she raises Rich on. Rich is a pretty cool kid. I thought he was autistic for a while, because he was extremely socially awkward but extremely intelligent. He's getting the socialization now, still real smart. I think he is the way he is from having shitty parents who were constantly drunk and he would just surf the internet reading up while they were partying. He's surprisingly naive still, given what he's had to live with. Well, I'm getting off topic now. I'm gonna go see if Rich's on Xbox Live, so I can hang out with a little dude, edit words and things. So, I meet this guy and right away I'm smitten. But, I was still dealing with a lot of emotional fallout from a previous relationship, and was in the middle of becoming openly polyamorous, so I tell him right out of the gate that I like him, but want to keep it casual, because I'm not emotionally equipped for anything more. We agree, things are awesome for a few months. We are friends that occasionally have wicked sex. Eventually I realize that I'm fully in love with this guy, and, instead of confessing, I freaked out and hid it poorly. I tell him we need to not have sex so much. At this point we were hanging out 3 times a week and having sex lots. Like, lots? He says okay, not so much sex, but pushes me for a valid reason. I tell him, I like you way more than I expected I would, and I'm starting to get really attached. We decided to not hang out as much and only have emotionless sex. I should clarify, neither of us were into a relationship and we both have intimacy issues. Fast forward again a few months. I'm miserable. I love this guy with everything I'm and tell him I can't do the casual sex thing anymore. It's too difficult. I'm very confused and need time. He's supportive and is clear that he is my friend and is there for me if I need to talk. We barely spoke for 5 months. Then, randomly, he calls and invites me to hang out. We play some video games and smoke some weed, watch a movie. And, I notice that he's in physical pain, shifting a lot, rubbing his neck. I know he works a physical job and sometimes he gets body pain. I offer a neck massage. I'm a care aide and have some training in massage and physical therapy, so I'm not thinking sexy things as I start to work on his neck and shoulders. Suddenly, he spins around and kisses me. Full on, awesome kiss. I'm flabbergasted. We sit down to talk, and he confesses that he can't do this anymore. He's in love with me. Always has been, ever since we first met nearly a year ago. We talked for a long time, and figured out that we were both so scared of losing each other by being too forward, that we nearly lost each other. We are still together, and still very much in love. Long time lurker, first time poster, but I just had to share this. 2 strange plot twists. Before I headed off to college, my memo told me that I had a cousin up at my college with me. The cousin was the daughter of my dad's female first cousin, and I hadn't seen that side of the family since a reunion when I was 10. I'm like, cool, I'll keep a lookout for them, and didn't think any more about it. So fast forward to sophomore year and I have education psychology class. We have a project and I get placed with this really cute girl, long blonde hair, skinny, well put together. You get the drift. Well, we decide the rest of our group does not necessarily know what is going on, so we end up meeting at my dorm room to do some work. You can guess where my mind was going. Studying in my dorm room, putting stuff together, and we start talking. Just discussing life in general, and we start talking about where she's from, outside Asheville. I'm like, oh, I've got some family down there. She asks where I'm from, outside Winston. She's like, oh, I've got family there. Do you know this old lady Layla? I'm like, yeah, she's my aunt. We both went pale for 5 seconds. Holy crap, we are cousins. Then she says, I almost made a huge mistake. I smile and we keep working on our project. You could say this was the end of it, but nope. If you were in education classes at my college, you were destined to take lots of classes together. So, it's my junior year and I have educational literacy. Guess who I have class with? Yep, my cousin. But this time, she has this hot brunette with her in class. I'm dating somebody at the time, but eventually we break up. Fall of senior year, she convinces her brunette friend to hit me up on Facebook. We start hooking up. As of this month we've been together for 6 years, and married for 3. TLDR, knew I had a cousin at my university. Met hot girl in class. Both of us were hitting on each other. Found out we were cousins. She introduced me to my wife. Second story, another one from college. My roommate from freshman and sophomore year dates this girl. They've been together since their junior year of high school. They are always together at school. I don't have a roommate. I have roommates, if you get my meaning. She never leaves. We'll call them Brent and Rachel. We like to call them the Brachel. So Brachel goes home for Christmas break during sophomore year. Rachel's mom had a bad relationship with her parents, and this was the first year in about 10 years that they were going to see that side of the family. While there, Brent sees a picture sitting on top of Rachel's grandmother's TV. It has Rachel's grandmother sitting beside Brent's grandmother. Brent broaches the subject. So, how do you know this lady? Rachel's grandmother. Oh, that's my sister. Brent faints. Now, the Brachel had been together for 4 years. That's at least 3 years of sex with his third cousin. When he comes back to college, she isn't there with him. I ask, where's Rachel, man? You're always together. That's when he tells me the story. Here is the twist. As if that wasn't enough. Turns out that everything was okay. Brent's mother was adopted, so no blood relation. Rachel eventually breaks up in junior year. Rachel lives in New York City now, and Brent teaches in my area with a kid. All ended well. TLDR, roommate and his girlfriend find out they are cousins during Christmas. All is okay, because roommate's mom had been adopted. So I once had this cat that we adopted from a farm litter. After a year or so the cat grew up and started attacking me and my sister. We were like 3 and 5, like straight up stalking under tables and then pouncing on our back. This happened for a while. However, my mom was in denial and in love with this cat. However, one day she came back home to pick something up and saw the cat outside fighting with another cat. So she tries to break up the fight and take our cat inside. That's when the cat turned on her, tearing up her arm, making it a bloody mess. That was the last straw. She took it to the vet to be put down, now believing us. At the vet the nurse assistant couldn't bear to see the cat being put down, so she wanted to adopt it. Mom just wanted it out of the house and gave it up. A few months later we are watching the news when one of the Adopt a Friend specials, where they feature animals to be adopted on TV, come up and our cat is on TV. This happens at least 2 more times. My sister also volunteered at the shelter a few times. She said that this cat was in a separate room by itself with a red collar around its neck. It means it was not good with people. This was over a period of maybe 4 years, all those different things. Then we stop hearing of it, and it basically leaves our mind. Anyway, fast forward and it is the beginning of the summer of my 9th grade year, age 14, and this awesome cat starts hanging around our pool, lounging around in the sun, strutting around, no noticeable tags, and my friends name it Fedor, because it was so cool. A month or so later, our neighbor from the other side of the neighborhood knocks at our door asking if we have seen his cat, because it is missing. It was Fedor from the pool, and he had apparently picked up the cat here before, and thought to try again. We said no. But my mom, being all friendly and such, asked some questions about the cat. Plot twist, this cat, Fedor, is the same devil cat from before. Our neighbor calls the cat Boots. We called it Kitty Boots, even though it wasn't a kitty anymore. It had white feet that looked like boots, and said that he had gotten it from a shelter. The shelter had had the cat for, he said, for quite a few years, and said that the previous owner's children had taken it into a room and beat it. Meaning that the shelter said that we had taken this cat at age 5 and tried to kill it. We didn't. My mom connect all the dots there at the door with him, but decided not to tell him. Anyway, after that we were weary of the cat and started to notice that it was acting up again. This cat, I shit you not, backed 2 other cats and a dog into a fence corner until we heard the noise and came and broke it up. We started to get the cat away from now on. My mom even tried shooing it away with a rake. But that badass cat attacked her and drew blood through a pair of jeans. We haven't seen the cat for a while now, but I have no doubt it escaped its owner and is now hunting deer in the forest. TLDR cat almost gets put down, returns to old home, terrorizes neighborhood. I fell in love with this girl. She was amazing, funny, clever, and beautiful. She was a part of our college's theater club and I joined, mainly because I thought it would be fun, but also so that I could be with her. I joined at the end of the semester in order to be there at the beginning of the next. The problem with this girl was she already had a boyfriend of many years. I couldn't control my emotions though. I don't know why anyone wouldn't be in love with her. I started to believe that the feeling was mutual, though. As someone who is really good at understanding body language, I saw these signs in her. Her eyes dilated. When she talked to me, her blink rate increased, her breathing became heavier. Her heart rate was fast as she oriented her body towards me. She mimicked my physical actions, she mimicked my speech patterns. She was not afraid to be physical with me. She didn't mind. When I was physical with her, she forced me to be physical with her. My best friend also started noticing these signs. He convinced me that she has fallen out of love with her boyfriend after all these years, and that I should at least tell her how I feel. I did not want to do this, because it would be incredibly immoral to disrespect their relationship. But the thought of the relief of being able to stop bottling my emotions was too strong. I planned to tell her the next time I saw her, after having this chat with my friend. So, the next day, we were alone, and just as I was going to tell her how I feel, she tells me she is thinking of leaving theater club. I had just joined, and was quite upset by this. I asked her not to leave, to which she starts giving me a list of reasons why she wants to go. The last reason on her list is that she has a crush on my best friend. This isn't me, but rather my dad's huge plot twist. My dad had a pretty screwed up childhood. Before he was even a teenager, his parents split. He lived with his mother. While he was living with his mother, he didn't really see much of his dad. So it shocked him when he found out one day his father had died. But eventually his family moved on. His mother remarried and everyone continued on with their life. Fast forward 40 years later, my dad is in his 50s. He is working for Verizon as a technician. He moves around where he works a lot. He doesn't really have a specific place he stays. They just assign him to different spots which require troubleshooting issues. One day, he happens to be assigned to work with a guy whose name he doesn't know. He points out that he resembles his father quite a bit. Turns out, this man my dad was working with also had the same last name as my dad, Smith, which is still so common it couldn't possibly mean anything. They continue talking, and eventually find out they did have the same dad. Before my grandfather passed away, he married another woman he never found out about, and had a kid. To think how crazy the odds are that my dad's half-brother would be working at the same company at the same place at the same time as my dad, and he was able to recognize the similarity between him and my grandfather still stuns me to this day. TLDR edition, my grandfather and grandmother divorce while my dad is a kid. Grandfather dies with little contact with my dad. My dad works for Verizon 40 years later, thinks a guy he works with looks like his dad, and they find out they are long lost brothers that never knew the other existed. About 10 years ago, one of my sisters became delusional. She lived 3,000 miles away from me, and she became convinced that I was faking being sick. I had no idea she thought this. She was calling me for updates all the time, as I went to various doctors to try and figure out what was wrong with me. She wasn't calling out of concern, but rather looking for information to validate her conclusion that I was faking. The history between us is that I was very sick when I was a child, hospitalized for many months, in skull traction, and had radiation treatments. She was extremely jealous and didn't understand what I was going through, but just experience that I got more attention than she did. Apparently I was a brat from then on. Skull traction was nothing. Going home to her cruelty was the hardest part of the whole trip. Anyway, fast forward 30 years and I'm sick again, and a doctor tells me it may well be related to the radiation treatments I had in the 60s. She doesn't believe it and begins to think I'm delusional. By this time I have a stack of tests that show something is wrong with me, but nobody can isolate it. She doesn't realize this. She just thinks I'm going from doctor to doctor and nobody can find anything, because it isn't there. So she does what any loving sister would do. She begins gathering the rest of my siblings together and having secret family meetings where they hatch a plan to do an intervention and force me into psychiatric treatment for my psychosomatic illness. A few of my siblings flew out to California to execute the plan, and they were on a mission. They took me to a psychiatrist several times who said, "No way, she doesn't belong in a psych ward, do not do this." But they were on a mission and had flown all that way for a little drama. So they shoved me in a car and took me to Stanford Hospital and lied through their teeth to an intern and told her I was suicidal when I wasn't even remotely suicidal. The intern told them at first there was no reason to lock me up, but they would not take no for an answer, and she finally agreed to do it by calling me gravely disabled or unable to provide for my own food, clothing, or shelter because my family wouldn't let me come home. That is not what gravely disabled is, and she, of course, broke every law on the books in doing this, so much so that her supervisor in the year wouldn't sign the forced commitment papers. It went from bad to worse after that. Once I told her medical director that I was aware of the laws that were broken, and I hadn't even seen the paperwork she screwed up. The medical record is quite rich and details all the work the medical staff did trying to convince me that there was nothing wrong with me without doing a single medical test, even though the nurses recorded that I had a fever while I was there. It was a total cluster but I held my ground the whole time because I knew about the lab tests and I knew I felt like crap. I've had a couple of book offers from people who have seen these medical records and realize how it went down. So anyway, they break another set of laws after they put me on the prenatal hold and kept me for 17 days, hoping I would relent and thank them for breaking the first laws. Then a friend of mine had a baby that was really sick and might die, so I finally said that I would begin to contemplate that they were right, and boom, I was well enough to go home. Never got an ounce of treatment for my grave disability, only for my psychosomatic illness. The Mayo Clinic found 2 tumors within 48 hours of my arrival there a few months later. This is gonna get buried, but when I was a sophomore in college I studied abroad in Germany. I had a girlfriend that I loved to death. We had been dating 3 years and had like at most 2 fights ever. I would have taken a bullet for her. Anyway, before I leave, I ask her if she wants to break up for a while, since long distance relationships are hard. I was fearing this question because things hadn't been the best lately, but I wanted to give her the option. She says she wants to stay together, which made me so happy that I could feel my stomach in my throat. Fast forward 2 weeks after I get to Germany, she sends me a nice email explaining that she needs some time to be single and to sort some stuff out. I was crushed. Fast forward another 2 weeks. She starts dating a guy who is the exact opposite of me. And I mean exact opposite. He starts getting her drunk all the time, and she even breaks into her dad and stepmom's place for booze. She called me with him in their room, and after they played a prank on me, they laughed at me and basically made me feel like shit. Fast forward 4 months. I get back from Germany 2 days later. She posts some status about how that guy is a complete dick, then calls me and asks to go for drinks. Now, 4 to 5 years later, I still have feelings for her in some ways, but I'm never going to regret telling her to fuck off. She's married now, and I'm happy enough for her. She only kind of skewed my entire perception of women. I went on an awesome road trip with a family friend a little over a year ago. We drove from Montana to New York. I tell my dad I'm going on a sweet road trip. He asks me what the relationship is. I tell him the guy and I made out once in high school, but aside from that it's a friends thing. Dad is skeptical. Says call your mother. Next morning I have multiple missed calls from both parents. I finally reach mom and she tells me guy is my half brother. Twist number 1. I'm surprised but my dad's got another son out of wedlock, so I'm not shocked. Twist number 2. Wrong parent. Dad's not my dad, meaning my brother I grew up with is not my brother, and the half brother on my dad's side is really my step brother, and now I have this other half brother. Parents forbid me to reveal the relationship to guy. Cue awkward 22-hour road trip during which he keeps flirting with me. Make it clear that despite previous flirting and stuff, no hanky-panky will be occurring. Does not entirely relieve the awkward. End up crashing with his dad for a night. I'm still the only person who knows about this weird dynamic. After almost a week I finally come clean. Twist number 3. I know. Apparently he had figured it out and asked his mom, but she had vehemently denied it. TLDR, at 22 find out that family friend I kissed in high school is actually my half brother and dad is not biological dad. Awkward cross country road trip ensues. Meet biological dad. Confess relationship to new brother. He already knew. Going to New York in January to visit him. Grandparents, BO dad, and other brothers still in the dark. Happened to a good friend of mine. So my friend, let's call him Bubba, meets a nice girl at work and they have many common interests. This is not actually unusual, since Bubba knows and likes a lot of things. Bubba thinks she's hot, but she has low self-esteem, not uncommon, so Bubba ignores this. Bubba and she talk for a few days and things accelerate. One day he takes her to a bar for a drink and they basically express interest in each other and are officially dating. Soon, he takes her to his apartment and things start heating up. They have a drink and make out while watching a movie and are now mostly unclothed. At this point, she says she's hungry, so he goes to the kitchen to bring something to munch on. When he comes back, she's all dressed. I want to leave, she says. Now? Yes, right now. What's wrong? I know you are a serial killer and you are planning to kill me. Bubba notices her phone is out and her finger is on the call key. 911 is already typed in. Okay, let's go. Bubba quickly puts on his clothes and drops her back to her place. Bubba is relieved he probably just escaped being arrested for attempted rap or whatever. This is some serious shit. After a couple of days, Bubba's curiosity gets better of him and he texts her to ask if she's doing okay. They text some more, and the next thing that happens is Bubba is visiting her again at her place, where they engage in some more fooling around. At this point, she vows her everlasting love to him. Bubba is happy with the development and dismisses the prior incident as some kind of misunderstanding, and is glad to be with this woman. Bubba goes on a business trip right after for a couple of weeks. When he gets back, she breaks up with him. There is a lot more crazy stuff I have skipped, since it's hard to relate without context. TLDR, ex-girlfriend meets successful gentleman, gets knocked up, married, begins life together to find out husband is really a gypsy, and has cast a spell on her, now plays accordion on street corner for change. Not my story, but told to me, while in hysterical tears by my ex-girlfriend. A few years ago, she broke up with me, so she could pursue her current husband. They met at a bar and she really liked him. He was 33, an engineer, and really funny. They started dating, and it got serious and eventually she got pregnant. They got married quickly, and moved in together. He gets promoted at work and everything is great. She's so proud of him she goes out and buys him all these clothes, so he'll look great at work and packs him lunch every day. He's going to work every day, but he doesn't get paid for a couple of weeks after starting this new job, and she gets a little worried. It's hard supporting two people and an apartment on a nurse's salary. So she asks him. He explains to her that ours has screwed up with his payroll, and that they are taking care of it, and he'll be paid by month's end. She breathes a little easier when he brings home around $10,000 in cash one night and says he cashed it all out and wants to start a joint account or something ridiculous like that. She thinks it weird, but accepts it because, hey, he finally got paid. Another couple of weeks passes without incident, and she's getting excited to go to his company's holiday party, but he didn't get paid again. Ours screwed up again apparently. She gets pissed and tells him that she's gonna call his company and speak to them because this is getting out of hand. 2 months and they can't figure their shit out. He freaks out and says he's handling it. She's not buying it. She's a couple months pregnant and ornery as rhinoceros, so she yells at him for being spineless and taking shit from the company. He breaks down and comes clean. He's not an engineer, he would been, but he dropped out of college a few semesters in. His parents have been giving him money for almost a decade. He wakes up every morning at 5:30 am, gets dressed, eats breakfast and goes to his parents' house or drives to Atlantic City and plays poker. The $10,000 was when he did really well one day in AC. I can only imagine her standing there, pregnant belly containing this guy's baby bulging over her nurse's scrubs, in their kitchen, their wedding picture hanging on the wall, and thinking I have no fucking clue who this guy is, what the hell am I going to do? She threw him out for a few days and I believe they are still married. I'm at a party, everyone is drunk. Bro answers my phone, it's my ex, she's on every drug imaginable and crying. Backstory: she cheated on me with her ex that abused her, that I saved her from, and cheated on me with numerous other guys. Needless to say, I had a strong love/hate feeling towards her. His stupid drunk ass invites her over. I'm trying to get with some other girl and realize my time is short. I end up in bed with this girl trying to get my drunk ass friend out of the room so we can do our business, but he's busy putting on eyeliner and throwing glass cups and pictures against the wall. Other friend, who's been passing out every 30 seconds and waking back up, artsy plus alcohol plus depression plus no sleep, walks in, immediately sees what is going on and drags drunk ass out. So we get down to business. Now we are finished and I go to the bathroom to pee. I walk back and she threw up on the carpet and is looking for her lip ring in the throw up. I say fuck it and start searching through it. As I'm looking up to her to say I can't find it, I see it in her lip. I grab a towel to clean up the mess and she crawls on the bed, naked. I hear a door slam. I know who it is and I know I've got to hide. I hop into the closet but do not have time to close the door in fear of noise. The lights are off as my ex walks in. She walks forward to examine the naked chick half asleep on the bed. At the spot she is in, I'm directly behind her staring at the back of her head. She stands there possibly in awe at a naked girl, possibly thinking it was me that got her naked. With a slight chance of getting away here, I stood quietly. She's about to move, I know it. I have a 50/50 chance of her turning clockwise and seeing me, or counterclockwise and walking off in confusion. She chose to turn clockwise. Now here we are staring face to face with guilt plastered on my face. She runs out the room and outside. I'm a nice person, so I go out there to talk to her. She starts speaking, and it's apparent she is faked, on drugs, possibly coke, X, alcohol, weed. We start to argue, and she wants to leave. I tell her to fuck herself if she thinks I'm about to let her drive when she's messed up. We go back inside. I get slapped for not letting her leave again. Full force slap, had to control urges to strike back. She slaps my passing in and out friend, startles his faded state of mind, and almost hits her. I tell everyone it's about time to sleep. At this time everyone who doesn't live at the apt is gone. I lay on a chair, she goes on the couch, other two go to rooms. In the awkward midst of silence in the living room, she says in a tiny voice, "Can you lay with me, please?" I felt like she was going to ask 100 times. I gave up on the first time and laid on the couch with her. I'm ready to sleep, so I pass right out. 7 hours later I wake up and she is kissing me. I haven't been brought to my senses and it felt so good I started kissing her. One thing leads to the next and she is going down on me. After it's over she snuggles back up to me. I look at her and all of a sudden she has a horrible look on her face, like she just seen someone die a gruesome death. Without saying a word she runs to the bathroom. At this point in confusion I ask what's wrong. Her answer gave me the biggest high I've ever felt. She yelled from the bathroom, "You had sex with that girl and I just sucked your dick." I couldn't help but feel like I accomplished a goal of revenge without ever trying. I sat there on the couch glowing with badassery among my face. I get up, walk in the bathroom. Here she is with a toothbrush in her mouth and holding a razor in her hand, cutting her wrist. Looking up at me with a look of pain and guilt. I remember we have no toothpaste, so this is my chance to show I give no fucks about her wrist cutting. I pull the toothbrush out her mouth, look at it, and then look at her and say, "There's no toothpaste on your toothbrush, drop it," and walk away. Probably going to get buried, but anyway, I was pathetically lonely in my teen years, and, as so many lonely people do, I went on a dating site. I met lots of creepy guys, but this one guy, David, was really nice. Minor plot twist, we both worked in the same shopping center, me downstairs in a sushi bar at the food court, and him upstairs in the electronic department of a large store. Q dating for 6 months, in which he constantly but still politely tried to get into my pants. Being the good little religious critter I was, I declined. He was very secretive about a lot of things. Red flag right there. Silly little naive factorist, but still very nice. Slightly older and more wealthy than I, and seemingly knowledgeable. I fell pretty hard for him. Anyway, I usually had the close shift at the sushi stall, and one day, I was out the front cleaning the glass when this adorable little blonde, blue-eyed toddler ran up to me, hugged my leg, then ran back to her mummy. Naturally, the mum and I started up a chat about cute child. Me, she's beautiful. Mum, thanks. Daddy doesn't think so though. Me, that's terrible. What's his name? Where does he live? I'll get him for you. Yeah, you can see where this is going, right? So he'd explained away texts from her in his phone by saying that she was his crazy stalker ex. Guess how he'd explained away texts from me to her? Yup, same way. The worst part? She wasn't just his girlfriend, she was his wife. I was the other woman, and I didn't even know. Throwaway account and names have been changed to protect identities. One of my best friends from high school, John, was a pretty normal guy. Average student, good athlete. We were close friends from a young age because we both came from military families. Anyways, we graduated, and his lifelong dream of joining the army had been changed due to his girlfriend's displeasure with it. He told us he had gotten her to agree to join the Coast Guard since it was much safer. He went to the Coast Guard Academy for a week in July for swab summer and even befriended a girl, Sally, doing the same, who we all friended on MySpace. He comes back from his week away, breaks up with his girlfriend, and later decides to join the army. Seems pretty standard. Upon digging into the traditions of swab summer, my other friend and I stumble onto some things. Mainly swab summer is for sophomores, not for incoming cadets. It also is a 7-week course, not one. We then dig into Sally's profile, 2 pictures, one of her face, the other of the Coast Guard Academy emblem. And she is only friends with John and the handful of us who befriended her. We question what the fuck he actually did on this week away. John just gets pissed at us, calls us assholes, so we drop it. Years go by, John spends his 4 years in the army, gets out and moves to another state to live with his family. We get sporadic reports from him and Facebook updates about how he is loving life, going to school, and friends with these 2 fairly hot chicks, Jane and Diane. They do everything together, lots of check-ins, lots of parties, and even a trip to Miami together, which he later claimed ended in a 3/some. He then decides to move to yet another state to go to a new school. We call bullshit because Mary lives there and goes to the same school. John loved Mary in high school and even told us he still had feelings for her. Anyway, after spending a year in a school and many emotional calls / Facebook updates, it's obvious Mary still has no interest, but they were still friends, friend-zoned. So he tells us he has joined a private security detail and would be heading back to Afghanistan in July with them. John, being the soldier that he was, it surprised no one. Well, I received a message on Facebook in the middle of the night from Jane stating that John had been in a firefight and there was an explosion. He was in critical condition and a coma, and they didn't know if he was gonna make it. Eventually he was well enough to be moved from Afghan to Frankfurt and eventually the current state he lived in with Mary. He got better after a while and was back kicking ass, taking names like he always did. Well, he ended up at a club one night and, according to Diane in a late night Facebook message, got stabbed in the back while trying to defend some girls. Again critical, again pulls back from it. Fast forward to 2 months ago. I'm engaged, and John's army buddy Matt adds me as a friend on Facebook. Whatever, I add people all the time. Never talked to him before, no pictures of him with John, but lots of Facebook activity with him, and John ended up the best man at his wedding. I get a troubled Facebook message from John, telling me he wasn't sure if he was gonna make my wedding next summer, which he was to be a groomsman. He had been diagnosed with kidney cancer, and if nothing changed he had 18 months to live. Frantic tear-filled calls, and lots of emotion happens, but I accept my best friend is gonna die. Then 2 weeks later I get a message from Matt that he was in the hospital with a stroke, and they are declaring him brain dead. I'm a mess. I didn't get to really say goodbye or have one last beer with him. But like faking normal, he miraculously pulls through, but is without his memory. Mary comes to his side, which she seems to be the only person he kind of remembers. Mary calls me in tears to fill me in on some gaps in his story. He actually didn't have 18 months left but 6. The cancer had spread to his brain. The pills he was taking to treat the cancer caused him to become suicidal, and he attempted suicide the previous weekend. We were all a wreck. It was a real faking nightmare. Anyways, Matt messages me saying Mary is a huge bitch. He hates her, she's leading him on, and she is actually having an affair with a married man, to which John has no clue of, before or after the amnesia. Meanwhile Matt supposedly confronts Mary about this, which Mary doesn't confirm nor deny, but Matt then mysteriously vanishes of FB. That is when Mary contacts me again, to say something was very odd. She had never met Matt in person, despite being close friends with John. Nor had she met Jane or Diane, or even his other friend Samantha again with a Facebook. Lots of check-ins with John, but not photographs of them together. Just her FB with a profile picture, and all their friends are John's friends. And their only activity is with John. Quickly Mary gets freaked out, puts a restraining order on John, and tells me she isn't even sure if the cancer/memory loss is real. She called his mom asking about it, which she angrily hung up the phone. John calls me to tell me Mary is crazy, and that she has in fact met these people before. I call his mom, just asking his John had cancer, which she said yes. I didn't push her on any subjects, like fake friends or amnesia, but I wouldn't to confirm at least something was true. And the kicker is we looked into some of his stories. Looked up the directory at the college he is attending. Not listed, not even his classmate Samantha. Looked up some sporting event he supposedly won. Didn't happen. The company that is sponsoring him for this sport. He is not listed anywhere on their site. Jane, who supposedly an ex-girlfriend's sister. We checked with the ex, who still lives near me. She doesn't have a sister. Contacted by Jane and Diane on FB. Zero activity since he left their state. Didn't respond to my messages either. Our best guess at this point is my friend has multiple personality disorder and is making these people up. He probably does have cancer and tells me he is going to treatment and is taking time off school to get treatment. Mary has a restraining order against him, but he is looking to move away now. I haven't told him our suspicions about the Facebook profiles, and I'm unsure how to handle it. But yeah, crazy sheet point TLD, our best friend moved away, stumbled on he may have multiple personality disorder. I'm not sure if this qualifies as a plot twist, but this seems like an appropriate place to share this story. Have to start with this backstory. I'm from Kent, Washington. Not exactly a small town. We have 4 high schools, the 3rd largest city in King County, Seattle being #1. More specifically, I grew up from age 7 on in a house near Lake Meridian on the East Hill of Kent. It's a pretty small lake. You could walk out to the end of our dock and look left to right and see the entire thing. It's not a lake that is known by name by many people outside of Kent, even around Washington. A few years ago me and 2 buddies decided we wanted to do something semi-spontaneous. All recently graduated, hating life as MF, 9/5s, getting restless, and March is a pretty good time to get out of Seattle and get a little sun and jump on one of those travel zoo weekly deals. So a deal came across for round trip effort to Belize City, Belize for like $370. So we did it. We went for a week and started on Ambergris Cay, one of the more popular islands, in a town called San Pedro. On our first or second night there, we were sitting on the deck of our hotel, drinking cocktails and playing cards, and a man approached us. He was very dark-skinned, dreadlocks, beach bum attire, he's got 3 dogs on leashes, etc. He looked like a native of the island, for sure. He starts talking to us, or at us, rather, about all of these things he has done in his life. I'm paraphrasing here, but he has studied medicine at Harvard, law at Yale, and music at one of the more famous arts institutions, Juilliard or something. I mean, this guy's really selling himself. He loves to work with kids. He has opened a free music school on the island for children. He works with international organizations to provide free medicine to the people of Belize. He has lots of contacts in the United States from his education, etc. etc. So we all assume he is gearing up to ask us for a donation to something or other, when he suddenly takes a break from talking about himself and says, "Yay, so where are you guys from?" And we answer, "Seattle." He responds, "Oh no way, I'm from Seattle." We are a bit taken aback, because remember, this guy looks like he was born on this island and has lived here ever since. So I'm thinking he's lying or something. Maybe he does this to make a connection with people, so then they will donate. I don't know. He continues, "So what part of Seattle?" One of us says, "We're from Kent," and he says, "Oh no way, I'm from Kent." Then, without us offering any more information, he says, "Yeah, I'm from Lake Meridian." At this point I'm just floored. This is the lake I grew up swimming in every day during the summer. I kept saying, no way, what, are you serious, that can't be true, no way, stuff like that. The weird thing is that he didn't think it was that big of a deal, just kept saying really nonchalantly, huh, no way. Before we could dig into that a little more, he launches back on this rant about himself and the work he does on the island. Sure enough, he does finally get to asking us for a donation for his free music school in San Pedro. We politely declined, but told him we would check out his website and maybe donate there. To this day, I'm still awed by that situation. Some people have suggested to me that maybe he was just from Lake Meridian and ended up in Belize, but I just find it so hard to believe. I spent the rest of the trip trying to figure out how he might have figured that out about me. I didn't have any clothing that said anything about Kent, and especially not Lake Meridian. I thought maybe he was working with the hotel and had checked the copy of my driver's license they had on file, but even then, it said Kent, Washington and nothing about the lake. The next morning I was sitting and having coffee and asked the woman working there about him, and she told me he was essentially the town crazy and he talks to lots of tourists like that, asks for money, etc. But dropping a detail like that was just so bizarre to me. I've since found some information about him via the internet. I'm 99% sure it's Dr. Floyd Jackson, founder of the Free Music School in San Pedro, Belize. Here is his description on that site. The greatest course on earth is taught by Juilliard-trained musician and Yale and Harvard-trained physician Dr. F.G. Jackson under the auspices of the Free Music School at San Pedro High School as an extracurricular activity. The course will be held once a week at a time and place to be arranged. If you are interested, please leave your name, email, or contact number in the comments section below. Details will not be published publicly. And if you look through that site, there's a lot of weird comments for Dr. Jackson. Greetings. I'm also a Yale-trained pathologist, hoping to visit Belize soon. I'm also a Curtis Institute-trained timpanist and former professional orchestral musician. I'd love to hear how things are going mid-2010 with the school, and my name is Andrew Swords, and I'm a concert violinist, aged 25. My management and I wanted to be in touch with you regarding an exciting recital at the Free Music School, perhaps in works of Tchaikovsky, Bruch, Beethoven, or others. I maintain a schedule of about 60 concerts per season, have been #1 on the classical top 40, and now I would be a thrilling addition to the concert schedule. I have been soloist with about 75 orchestras in the US, Asia, and Europe. My website is http://www.andrewswords.com, and I look forward to hearing your ideas soon. They just seem to all be written in the same voice. I don't know, it's all so weird. About 15 years ago, as a single parent with a child, I ran to the grocery store to pick up some contact solution in the next town. At that time, not only did I want a man to call my own, but also a good man to help me raise my child. So hearing I should pray about it and be specific with what I'd pray for, God will answer your prayers. So I would say, God, please find me a good Christian man for me and my child. In the store I saw this man who from the back I thought might be someone I'd be interested in. I followed him, and to my surprise we both turned out at the same aisle in search of contact solution. To my delight he was quite handsome, but when facing me, I saw that he was wearing clerical clothing, all black with a white collar. I wasn't sure what his religion was. I laughed inside and thought I wasn't specific enough with my prayer. So I continued to pray, God, find me a good Christian man who would be interested in me. A few years later, a new priest showed up at our parish. He was the same person I remembered seeing at the store. My child, maybe 5th grade, attends the parochial school, and my kid along with another friend one day tell me that we are all going out and they have arranged a date for me. I was curious about who they'd pick for me, and both announced that it has all been arranged. Both kids were very excited. They told me they already talked with father and we are all going out tonight. My girlfriend was furious and thought it was very inappropriate. Well, we all went out together, and I never said a word to the kids, and neither of us mentioned anything about the store. Not sure father remembered me, but I remembered him. I lived close to the rectory, so one day father called to borrow something, and once again my girlfriend was furious. Frequently I'd see father in passing. Even though there is more to the story about things we shared in common and understood about each other, there was never any kind of close contact between us or arranged meetings. I never let on that I found him attractive cause I saw him as already taken and unavailable. Probably 3 years later a scandal broke in our parish. A woman was pregnant and father was leaving. I was shocked, but then not really. I thought DMN, what was I thinking to let a fine man like that go? To this day I believe priests should be allowed to marry. All the old women of the parish thought father was just terrible. When anyone mentioned his name, I responded, I'm very happy that he has found what makes him happy. I'm not married, and I stopped praying. In fact, I stopped going to church due to differences I now feel about the church's teachings. A few years ago I was an AA sponsor to a young girl. Let's call her Kylie. She was a very sweet, quiet, smart girl who everyone seemed to like, although she was a bit awkward. We were close in age and had many mutual friends, so we ended up hanging out socially quite a bit also. Now this girl had quite a traumatic past. Her father had sexually abused her all her life and then died in a car accident when she was a teenager. Her super religious mother knew all along about the abuse and refused to acknowledge it. She had also had a boyfriend die at some point. She sunk pretty far into alcohol and drugs and ended in rehab. So after I had been sponsoring her for a few months, her mother gets cancer. She's obviously upset. Myself and her other friends help her deal with it as best we can. Then, her mother kills herself rather than face the grueling treatments. Her evil super religious sister blames Kylie and cuts her out of all of the funeral arrangements, going so far as to tell her the wrong day for the funeral so that Kylie misses it. Then, 2 months later, Kylie's sister kills herself. A month after that, the sister's husband shoots himself in the head while on the phone with Kylie as he blames her for his grief. Kylie is now without any family as both of her parents were only children and her grandparents died years before. Kylie starts getting headaches. She begins having lightheadedness and blurred vision. She goes to the doctor, tests run. Kylie has a brain tumor. She collapses on a train platform while in another state visiting college friends and has emergency surgery. A childhood friend of hers rushes to be by her side and keeps in contact with myself and her other friends via text, updating us on her condition. Kylie comes home and begins radiation treatment. She moves in with a friend and the community rallies around her, everyone pitching in to help care for this sweet girl who has no family. She requests that we not tell everyone about her situation so that she can maintain some normalcy, so only a circle of about 10 to 15 people know. She leans very heavily on one friend in particular, the one she is living with, even sleeping in the same bed with her. We drive her to doctor's appointments, classes, the emergency room, hold her head while she pukes. She loses her hair and has spells of temporary blindness and memory loss. Sometimes she forgets that her family is dead and we have to remind her. Thus goes on for several months. Things look great and I begin to wonder how this many awful things can happen to one sweet girl. Plot twist. One night I get a phone call. The friend she had been staying with confronts her about some inconsistencies in her story. After quite a bit of prodding and threatening, she admits she does not have cancer. She made it all up as a way to deal with the grief of losing her entire family. Second plot twist. The next day, several of us start questioning all of the things she has told us over the past year. We confront her and demand to see death certificates. She admits she lied. Her family is alive. When she was supposedly having emergency surgery in another city, she was actually at Disney World with her mother. Also, the childhood best friend was really Kylie all along. That's why he only communicated with us via text, her supposedly dead mother. We call her mother right then and there and request that she get her daughter help. She drives from her home 3 hours away that night and is completely baffled. Does not seem to understand that for nearly a year her daughter was pretending she was dead. Third plot twist. The mother checks Kylie into some sort of facility. One friend follows up after a few weeks, finds out that Kylie has admitted that the sexual abuse by her actually dead father never happened. There's also a long list of other, more minor, things that never actually happened. TLDR, me and my friends were hijacked by a sociopath who made up a fake persona and invaded our lives for nearly 2 years. I used to have a friend that we will call Bob. Bob loved pot, which was okay, because this is Denver, where it was legal for medical use. And Bob had his medical marijuana card. It's important to know that Bob was a very naive guy. He had a faked up childhood because his mom suffered serious mental illness and killed his dad, so he went from home to home and therapy etc. So Bob was not good with the ladies at all. So Bob meets this girl at a coffee shop in Denver. I introduced him to her. She hit on him. She asked him out etc. Next thing you know, he is having a full-blown relationship with this girl. She was his first girlfriend ever. They did all the normal couple stuff together, like going to bars, spending all day together, sleeping over, and lots of sex. Bob was happy. Then one day, while his girlfriend is over, the cops bust down Bob's door and arrest him due to all the pot plants he had growing there. He had more than was allowed, probably by a lot. Anyways, the cops separate everyone and question them and get identification. When it's Bob's turn, the cops shake him down for providing pot to a minor, and they also accused him of having a sexual relationship with a minor. Bob could not understand what they were talking about, and they showed him his girlfriend's ID. Plot twist. She was only 15. He insisted he had no clue, and he didn't. He was also smart and denied having a sexual relationship with her, though he could not deny providing her pot, as they were caught red-handed. And this girl was smart enough to deny she had a sexual relationship with him as well. In the end, he was charged for possession of all the pot and giving it to minors, but he got very lucky and was never charged with sex with a minor. Part of his probation was that he was not allowed around the girl, and if he was caught with her or even contacting her, he'd spend the rest of his probation in jail. Most people wonder how he could not have known her age, and he insisted she acted much older, never went to school, had a job, stayed the night at his house all the time, and even went to the bars with him. Turns out she had a fake id. Her parents never grounded her or stopped her from ditching school and staying at Bob's house. Even Bob's friends who were less naive had no clue. She told him she was 22. He was 25, I think, at the time. Worst part is, because she was Bob's first girlfriend, first unpaid sexual partner, etc. Bob is still stupid in love with her, and it kills him every day that he can't even have a conversation with her. He has resolved to start their relationship again when she turns 18. In fact, it's been a few years since all this. I should call him and see how it all worked out. My aunt got teenage preggers and was forced to give the baby up for adoption. Years later, her son gets back in touch with our family through some nice detective work. He had a little information on our family, and he did things like have his own son fake a wrong number to our grandfather to see if he had a British accent, because he knew he was an immigrant. My grandfather reintroduced the guy to his mother by asking, "Do you remember the nice young man from the community center who taught you how to use a computer?" Now, even that was a few years ago. More recently, this guy, my cousin, had been getting to know his bio dad. He isn't with my aunt, and they get to talking and realize they've both signed up at one point or other for some kind of study on genetics. They both have their DNA profiles, and my cousin is interested, so he asks to see his dad's. After a while of looking at it, he's pretty convinced this guy isn't actually his dad, so he begins trying to subtly ask my sister questions on the subject. She has a master's in biology, but she eventually gets curious and requests more info. At this point, he's convinced that the guy isn't his father, and his mother lied to him, and he's just spent months getting to know the guy, so he's understandably upset and confronts her. She just ignores any of his questions, so he begs my mom, the only level-headed person in the family, to talk some sense into her. All my mom says is something along the lines of, "You're endangering your relationship with your son and you need to fix it." And my aunt flies into a tizzy about how her son got my mom involved and now won't speak to my mom. A bit while later, my mom and another one of her sisters are hanging out with the cousin's wife when she suddenly decided to vent about how much this is hurting her husband. Now another aunt knows, and she can't keep her mouth shut, so it quickly spreads to another aunt. Then, at a different cousin's wedding, she walks in on my mom and her mom talking about this, and they both clam up as soon as she walks in, so she asks what's going on. Her mother is a genius and says something along the lines of, "It's a matter between us of the older generation." Also, Corin's sister knows. Cue my cousin asking my sister to walk her to her car. Now the cousin knows. Now, after that above mentioned wedding, 2 more cousins confront their mother. Why did you never tell us that Corinne's brother was gay? I didn't realize it was a matter worth discussing. We also know about the paternity test. Shocked, my aunt begins talking about all the above mentioned drama, while my younger cousins were actually talking about the fact that another younger cousin, 16 years old, in fact, gave birth this year and tried to claim the father was Native American so he could get status, despite the fact that the kid was white as could be, and of course it turned out the native kid wasn't the father. This whole story came out to me after my mother complained that her sister was not talking to her, and when I asked why, she said, fuck it. Everyone else in the family knows. I might as well tell you. I had never really thought this level of drama was real. To top it all off, when my aunt was questioned about her story on who she claimed the father was, it turned out that dated 4 weeks meant less than 2 weeks and he ran away. As soon as he found out she was pregnant meant he was an American soldier who wasn't even in the country for more than a week and he never even knew she was pregnant. She was most likely pregnant before she even met him. I have a friend named Dave whose father passed away when he was very young. Before Dave was born his parents had a foreign exchange student from Sweden, we'll call him Sven, staying with them. Sven loved America, and so he stayed, and my friend's mother allowed him to continue living with them. When I met Dave, Sven was well into his 30s, so I always thought it was odd that he still hadn't tried to find his own place. Dave always said it was because it would be hard for him to do a lot, since he was still working on his citizenship, and I assumed that Sven was also helping out with bills and such, since Dave's mom works at Walmart. Now, there are no pictures of Dave's dad anywhere in the house, so I had never seen a picture of him before, but Dave always said his features came from his dad's side of the family, since he doesn't take after his mom at all. Looking back on it, I feel really fucking stupid for not catching on to his hints. One day I finally asked Dave if he has a picture of his dad I can see, because I want to see how much they look alike, to which he replies, "You've already seen my dad." It took me a moment, but my eyes widened as the realization hit me like a freight train. Dave then proceeds to explain that back in the day, Dave's dad did something to piss his mom off. He has no idea what that something was, but it was enough for her to decide that the best way to get back at him was to sleep with Sven. I knew Dave for 4 years before he finally told me. He had subtly been dropping hints this whole time, but I guess I was too naive to catch on. At the beginning of my freshman year of college I was a pretty big loser, and still am. On homecoming weekend things got pretty crazy, and I got into the bars in our city without an ID. I got absolutely plastered on Captain Cokes and schnapps, and worked up the confidence to dramatically walk up to a pretty blonde girl who I'd never met and give her a kiss. Now, I'm not the most attractive guy in the world, so never in 1,000 years did I think that a girl would be receptive toward my advances. This is plot twist #1. Things with this girl were going very well, and she told me she was ready to get out of the bar. Naturally, in my drunken stupor, I decided it would be a great idea to invite her back to my dorm as a joke. Plot twist #2, she went for it. On the walk back from the bar she asked me to give her a piggyback ride down the middle of the road. I thought that this was just some obvious tomfoolery and went along with it. I piggybacked her all the way back to my dorm, and we started making out. Things started to heat up, and I honestly thought things were going to end in my favor. Alas, the universe had other ideas. Literally seconds after I got her top off she looked me dead in the eye, and, enter plot twist #3, she started vomiting everywhere. I had just finished my laundry, and it was folded in a hamper. I had to wash it again. Not 3 weeks prior, I had purchased a new futon. I had to buy a new futon. My roommate's family bought us a very nice, very expensive carpet. I had to pay to replace it. I was obviously upset, but I put her to bed, cleaned up the mess, and called it a night. She was gone when I woke up, but she left a note with her number on it and around $75 cash money, and I hoped that would be the last I saw of her, but such was not the case. Now, almost 2 years later, I was at a friend's apartment, and he told me that he wanted to introduce me to his new girlfriend. As you can already guess, this is plot twist #4. MFW the homecoming hello walks into the room, and we exchange one of the most painfully awkward looks I've ever experienced. TLDR fat guy tries to hook up with blonde girl, she pukes everywhere, and starts dating his best friend. Throwaway because the guy this story is about is a redditor and I don't want him having any of my personal info. So, my best friend of 2 years, John, decides to apply to the same college as me. He dropped out of school a few years ago, but thinks that art school might be for him. He applies, he gets in, and all is going well. His roommates go crazy, kick him out, so he moves in with me and my boyfriend until he can get back up on his feet. He agrees to pay retroactive rent once he gets his student loans. This is about March. We start school in August. August rolls around. His student refund check should coming in about a month. We all register for classes and everything is going great. My friend said he was a wig and Mac-Uke major at our art school and starts working on this big project. In the meantime, he tells us he has gotten a job designing the set for a theater somewhere in Chicago, so money should be coming his way soon, and we'll have our rent that's due to us. The thing is, in about April a lot of our stuff started going missing. Books, DVDs, my boyfriend's record collection, it went missing, and was showing up at the local indie resale record store. We freak out, try to figure out who has been stealing from us, and can't for the life of us see the problem. So we lock up all of our stuff in my office and the stuff stops going missing, for a while. Then my Star Wars DVDs go missing. I get a call from another friend of mine who tells me he has something to show me. He picks me up and hands me a box of DVDs and video games that he says John was trying to sell to the indie resale store. None of it belonged to me, but I also knew for a fact that none of it belonged to John. Details like he never kept his DVD cases and didn't own any video games. So I investigate and learn that John had been having people take him to the indie record store at least once a month, and during the time all of our stuff was missing. I get pissed, freak out and start looking into the guy who I thought was my BFF of 2 years. After looking into it, I realized that he wasn't even enrolled in the school with us. He had been lying for months about getting accepted into the program, registering for classes. He even brought home syllabi and met us at the cafeteria. He had been lying about getting accepted, various jobs that he didn't have, stealing our stuff, and a host of other things. He had made up stories about people, told them to all of our friends, to make everyone mad at each other so no one would catch him if his lies had to deviate from what he told someone else. He had lied about many things. He lied about having a brain tumor. He had lied about sleeping with girls he hadn't slept with. He lied about not using drugs. We found a bunch of pain pills in his room when we were kicking him out. He lied about working at a gunsmithery in town. He lied about catching someone breaking into our house one night. Just everything that ever came out of his mouth was a complete and total fabrication. We were floored. Because he was so faking good at his lies we never even noticed little inconsistencies and changes. Needless to say we pressed criminal charges and sued him. He owes about $900 to me, and I've never heard from the bastard since. Also, he's a redditor. If by the off chance you're reading this JRE, Kelly and Jess say the thought of sleeping with you makes their skin crawl. Oh how I've longed to tell this story. Senior year of college. I needed one more bullshit class for my major. My options: social gerontology, the sociology of old people, or African American history. I ended up signing up for gerontology because I figured it would be easier, and I didn't like history classes. Turns out it's a volunteer/work study class wherein you have to volunteer with old people who have dementia. Yeah, the crazy ones. I figure cool, not the biggest deal. Maybe the third day or so, we get to sign up to volunteer with the crazies. I just wanted to get it over with, so I signed up the first few slots possible later that week. So later that week, it's my time to volunteer. I was a little nervous. It was at a church. No other students signed up for my day/time. And I was super tweaked out on coffee and cigarettes. So I show up at the church, walk around a bit, and finally find someone who works there. I tell them I'm here to volunteer for the college. They guide me to the main room. I walk into a room of about 10 old people. sitting around, drinking coffee, eating donuts. Look just as demented and crazy as any old people. So I stand around, waiting for the supervisor, or whoever was supposed to tell me what to do. Some random old guy comes up to me and asks what I'm doing there. I tell him I'm volunteering with the school, there to hang out with you guys. He nods, walks off. 20 minutes or so later, and no supervisor shows up. I'm getting a little nervous. It's weird. Just me and the old crazies. The crazy old guy from before comes back up and asks what program I volunteer with. I tell him the name of the program, which has the word dementia in it. He gives me a wild look. Apparently, my program meets at another location on that particular day. So there I am, standing with a sane old man who knows I thought he was crazy. All the old people around him know too. Might not seem like a big deal, but when everyone thinks old people are crazy anyway, and you accuse them of being legit crazy, they don't take kindly to it. Awkward. So I hightailed it out of there, went straight to the library, and withdrew the fuck out of that class, went home and sorted some things out in my life. TLDR, embarrassed myself and a bunch of old people by accusing them of being insane. I used to work a crazy job doing inventory for retail and other various operations across the Midwest. Did a lot of traveling to and from various hotels, which included paid mileage, meal money, etc. This job had a turnover rate of like 85% due to the rigorous travel, long hours, etc. I worked there 12 years and must have met at least 5,000 different people. One of these people was a Vietnamese woman 9 years my senior. This chick was out there. She looked like a teenager, wasn't very bright, and had extremely broken English. She was a trip. One of my best friends hit it on the head when he said that she reminded him of a Mike Judge character, like Minimum from King of the Hill. Well, one day we were auditing a Kmart and were set to go to a hotel 200 miles away afterwards for a round of lows. I'm walking across the stockroom and this girl, we'll call her Tina, jumps out of an aisle and says to me, "Hey, we go to hotel tonight. I'm going to go swimming. You should swim with me." Alright, I thought, she wants me. No swimming was had that night, but I did hang out with her pretending to be interested in her mind and all that. This leads to a few weeks of her flirting with me strongly at work. She would come up to me and pull up her sleeve and show me where she wrote "I love Elvis," etc. So finally, I ask her if she wants to come to my place to watch a movie. Halfway through, I just said fuck it, leaned over, kissed her, went up the shirt, banged her out, the whole 9 yards. This led to about 2 months of faking whenever we had the chance. Mostly on my couch and in hotel rooms on the job. A lot of my coworkers told me she was married, which was just an assumption, and I didn't really care as she lived 90 miles away, and I was young and stupid. I knew in my heart that it would never work out, because we just didn't connect on a non-sexual basis. We were two completely different people, but this didn't deter me from nailing it consistently. I was 21 years old and damn it, I had a fuck buddy. Well, around the end of month 2 of non-stop search, she springs it on me. "You know, you should bring one of my cousins over." I was hit with all the clarity in the world. This girl was a prostitute of sorts, but she faked 4 green cards for her family, not money. She started banging a different dude when she knew I wasn't interested in marrying one of her Vietnamese cousins, then went on to bang the boss, which got both of them fired. TLDR, met a hot Vietnamese girl at work, faked her for a few months, found out she was a prostitute of sorts who lures men into marrying her family members to help them with the green card. It's gonna get lost, but hey ho. So, backstory, my family were living in a normal suburban house, living family comfortable suburban lives in London, UK, until one day in September 2001 the company my dad's design studio was working for were effectively obliterated. Long story short, we lost our home and ended up living with our grandparents. So after a good 5 or 6 years, we start to get back on our feet, get a bit of cash flow going again. I go off to university and we start to get some nice cars and nice birthday presents. Christmas is a bit more extravagant, etc., as my dad's got his business back off the ground and is starting to get a bit of wealth back. He even gets promoted to a Barclays Bank Gold member as his account is looking sufficiently fat. We start looking at some really nice houses to move into as well, and we finally settled on one and put the deposit down. But would you know it, someone gasumps us at the last minute and we can't move in there. It's okay, we find another place and do the same, but weirdly the same happens again, and then a third time. Then comes the day my grandmother opened the post. She accidentally opens my dad's bank statement. Everything was a lie. No business, no money, everything we have is on credit. Turns out he was keeping up the facade and stealing money from his mother, who, I defend him, but don't justify it. He cared for almost 24/7. So everything in my life, how I saw myself, my funding for uni, how I saw my family was effectively forcefully reset. Took a long time to recover from. So, yeah, not well written, but there you go. The strange bit was, I didn't hold it against him. We have a great relationship now, and he actually does have a bit of cash flow now. My mother is now the sole account holder, and he's become a much calmer, nicer person for it. Pretty much all is fixed, and I'm happy to live the way I do now. Comfortably, not well, but comfortably. Well, this one's a little depressing, but it only happened the night before last. I was clocking out at work, and before I even texted my boyfriend to let him know I was off, he texted me within the parking lot. So I went out and got in the car, asked him how his 3 hours without me were. He didn't respond. I got nervous and asked him what was wrong when he broke down in tears. See, for the past week and a half, he'd been looking forward to his best friend from college with whom he'd lived for an entire summer at the guy's parents' house, who, also, in a twisty fashion, happened to live just a stone's throw away from where we live now, getting into town for the holidays. He'd just talked on the phone with him a few days before about how he'd done this type of evaluation that was going to determine whether or not he could graduate and passed. Boyfriend was really excited about meeting up with him that night and introducing us. But the few nights leading up, he hadn't been able to get in touch with him. He wasn't answering calls or texts. His wife wasn't either. Boyfriend said I think J_died. And I was like what? He'd just seen a message on Facebook from the wife's sister 10 minutes before picking me up that simply stated she'd lost the best brother-in-law anyone could have. Turned out they hit a nice patch getting into town the previous night. Boyfriend's having a rough time, but we can't stop thinking about how we just printed off photos from their wedding to give them, and how things were going to be different and boyfriend was going to do better to keep in touch with the people he loved. TLDR, boyfriend's best friend from college was going to come into town. Friendships were meant to be rekindled, but he died in an icy car wreck just before everyone was supposed to meet up. I've never met my great-grandfather, but I grew up knowing he was in the military and died sometime before I was born and was a good man. A few years ago, I was drawing a picture of him for my great-grandma, since my family seems to appreciate my drawings, even though they aren't all that great, and I'm poor. While I was working on it at my grandma's house, she comes up and sees the reference photo I borrowed, which has the small note in the corner from my great-grandfather himself, signed and dated. She then explains the story surrounding the photo and the marriage of her parents and her birth. Basically, my great-grandmother began sleeping with the married mailman, got knocked up at 17. The mailman wasn't going to leave his wife for her. She met my great-grandfather at a repair shop she used to hang out at a lot when he returned from some other state to visit family while going through a divorce. Great-grandmother was sent to an unwed mother's home, kept sending and receiving letters from great-grandfather, and they got married shortly after she had my grandmother and had 2 more kids, moving to London and Georgia and back because of the military. Also, when she signed the marriage certificate, she changed the spelling of his last name. His signature made it look sort of like it was spelled with a double S, but she was the only one in the family to use 2, and my great-grandmother is too proud to admit fault. Ever. Unless you have undeniable proof and rubber nose in it, and she can use how you've treated her to gossip or hold over your head later claiming she's done you no wrong. I had always noticed the handwriting on the photo looked familiar, but I assumed it was because I grew up seeing the photo. Turns out, she signed the photo and dated it before they had even met to cover up that she had premarital sex with a married man. To this day she denies it, and if you bring it up, she will drive you into the ground with insults, along with the family members who let out her little secret to my grandma about 15 or so years ago. My grandma wasn't too surprised, but looked into it and found their marriage certificate, which has their marriage dates after her birth, and even tracked down some of her biological father's family. She also says my grandmother's younger sister was in a fire when she was 8, causing her brain to stop developing. I believe there was a fire, but she has no scarring, even though it was her dress that caught fire, and a family friend who was in a fire around the same age has scarring. I could very well be wrong, but I still have my doubts, and feel like they may have used the fire to cover up having a mentally challenged child. And I think they've overplayed the damage so much that most of her handicap is because of them babying and making excuses for everything she does. Maybe I just have trouble believing anything my great grandma says now. She once tried to tell me so she literally meant raw fish, and she knew this because they went to Hawaii, and that male bears can give birth, according to some PBS show that she couldn't remember any real identifying details about. My family is a little abnormal, as is every family. We had our ups and downs, struggles, and we went with the ebb and flow of life. My dad has been the cause of most of my family's problems. We dealt with and resolved alcoholism, shopping addiction, prescription painkiller addiction, and one case of infidelity. My mother is bipolar on top of this. My parents divorced in 2007, but they were back together and living together within 6 months. Fast forward to October 1st, my birthday. My dad dumps my mom for this girlfriend he has been seeing behind my mom's back, Trudy. I rant about it on Facebook, where I immediately get a message from this girl, who we will call Kat. Kat was a childhood friend of mine. Her parents, Matt and Christy, were my parents' best friends until I was 6. Kat is furious and says, "Who is your dad cheating on my mom with?" Plot twist. My dad cheated on my mom for 25 years with Christy. He pays for her apartment, and Christy divorced Matt because my dad was planning on marrying her. My dad hightails it out of the situation with Trudy. Trudy and my dad knew each other for 1 month before she moved in. She moved into my dad's house, which he rented for my boyfriend and I throughout college. Trudy decided she didn't want his grown daughter to be in his life, so she threw away my belongings, attempted to convince my dad that I was out to kill her. She started to believe her own lies, and she is still in the mental hospital to this day, terrified of a person she met once. Close to a decade ago now I experienced the most bizarre form of identity theft I've heard of. It all started on MySpace, back when it was actually used. I had an account and used it sparingly, but I still had lots of photos up on it. One evening I got this odd message from a complete stranger accusing me of being a horrible liar. It seemed like the person had me mixed up with somebody else, so I just sent off a "sorry, I think you have the wrong account" message, and thought nothing more of it. The next morning I got a call from a 662 area code phone. I picked it up and came to learn it's from the stranger on MySpace. The guy went by Mickey, was calm, collected, and very polite. Given the area code was from Tupelo, I will henceforth be addressing him by the nickname I gave him then, Mississippi Mickey. He then began to tell me the strangest story I've ever heard about identity theft. Basically, someone had been posing as me via LiveJournal for around a year and had been romancing Mississippi Mickey the entire time. Mickey had had a family member going through Alzheimer's, and my imposter had reflected the story back at him, claiming to have a grown mother going through this. He was kind, apparently, and helped Mickey through some emotionally trying experiences. To keep the identity theft as convincing as possible, he was using photos of me from MySpace and videos of me performing with bands in the city I lived in, and doing things like playing basketball in the park. Upon hearing this I was pretty freaked out, as I couldn't remember an instance where I was ever filmed at a show, or while playing basketball. The photos were clearly from my MySpace account, but the videos made me think stalker. Mississippi Mickey went on to explain that he had discovered my MySpace page the day before and recognized something was clearly not right. Initially he assumed I was the same person from the LiveJournal and called me out on MySpace. I believe he also called out the person on LiveJournal, but I think the guy just cancelled the account, So all Mickey got in reply was a disappearance. Well, that left just Miss Space, and after my confusing reply, he spent the night thinking about it and somehow located my cell phone number in order to contact the real me. I still have no idea how he got it. It was unlisted, and I never put it online. He finished his story and I apologized, feeling strangely responsible for making my identity so easy to steal. I know it's ridiculous, but this guy seemed to have a pretty good idea of who I really was, and seemed to be looking for some form of emotional release. It was the least I could do. We then talked a bit about who it could have been. He knew the names of most of my real friends, which was also unsettling, so we were able to discuss them all at some length, while trying to decipher who the culprit might be. Basically we were looking for a group pattern where the imposter me seemed more familiar with a particular group of people than the actual me was, thus pointing us towards the crowd he came from. Touch with him via MySpace, because he was a nice enough guy and I figured we were both victims in the identity theft. He was heading into my city, hundreds of miles from Tupelo, with a friend, so she could visit family or something like that, and he wanted to see me and talk a bit more about the identity theft. I was living with my parents at the time, and he and his friend stopped by and chatted with me for a while. We got nowhere really, but a few names surfaced which seemed a bit suspicious. I knew the scene these two names hung out in, and it happened that there was a basement show going on that night that they might be going to. I invited Mickey and his friend to it. I took along a friend later that night, both for safety and because the bizarreness of the whole affair seemed to warrant witnesses. We went to the show, and I got distracted and started talking to some old friends. At some point I stepped outside, rather drunk at that point, and saw Mickey in a heated discussion with the two girls we had been hoping to find there. One of them was in tears. Apparently she knew all about the liver journal proceedings. She had known all along in fact. Mickey was out for names. Who was it, and why? But she wouldn't give in. She said the guy was emotionally unbalanced and living in another city, and that I probably didn't even know him. My what the fuck-o-meter was off the charts. I had known this girl for years, still do in fact, and she had knowingly let some random guy lead someone on as me for a year. It was all a big laugh for them, watching their faked up friend mess with the emotions of a complete stranger. Even now it's difficult for me to process. We didn't get any further, as she ended up excusing herself from the show. We all left after that, a little confused and a little relieved that some sort of conclusion had been reached. I bid farewell to Mississippi Mickey at his hotel that night and never saw him again, though we spoke occasionally on MySpace. Eventually I left MySpace, and I haven't heard from him since. I actually now steer clear of social networking. I tried Facebook for a while, but eventually I got worried about another repeat and stopped using my account entirely. The plot twist here is that Mickey and I actually had a lot in common. Both gay, well, B in my case, but you get the idea, both from fundamentalist Christian backgrounds with pastors for parents, and we had similar senses of humor and taste in music. He was also hot as blazes. He invited me to hang out at his hotel the night before he left, and whenever I think about it, I regret not doing so. I really have no idea what my reservations were at the time. So that's the plot twist I guess. Identity theft into epic missed opportunity at romance. TLDR some asshole stole my identity and led someone on for around a year on liver journal. Eventually the victim, a hot southern stud named Mississippi Mickey, found my real MySpace, called me up, came to visit, beached out the friends of the asshole, and we hit it off but never even made out. The plot twist is that the asshole who pretended to be me was actually an excellent matchmaker. Nicholas Sparks would have had a gay field day with this one. Edit. Words are hard. I was a part of a wedding back in 09. My good friend, let's call him Greg, was marrying his girlfriend of a few years. She's a super smart and awesome girl and we were all real happy for them. I was asked to be a groomsman and was very honored to be a part of it. In the months leading up to the wedding, I had heard very little about my responsibilities as a groomsman. There was no talk of a bachelor party, and I had no idea what we were doing about our suits. I figured Greg had everything under control, and he told me as much when I would text him occasionally to find out. The week of the wedding, I had to travel to get to where the wedding was, and still heard nothing about the suit. Was I to get it in Brooklyn where I lived, or pick it up where the wedding is in Boston? keep in mind I hadn't been fitted for this thing yet. He said not to worry and that we would work it out at the rehearsal dinner. I get to the rehearsal dinner and immediately I ask Greg what's up with the suits. He and the best man pull me aside. There are no suits, because I don't know if tomorrow is happening. I look at the best man and he just nods his head disapprovingly. Greg tells me he's been getting cold feet and is planning to break it off after the rehearsal dinner and didn't want us to spend money on suits we wouldn't use. I was blown away. I mean, fine, if you don't think it'll work then I guess it's better to break it off before tying the knot, but goddamn. The dinner was pretty awkward from then on out. The bridal party was having an amazing time and the groomsmen and I are just sitting there knocking back beers knowing that everything is doomed. I left the dinner with a promise that I would be texted if the wedding was on or off. The next day, wedding day, I woke up anticipating a last minute wedding is on text. No such luck. A few hours went by before the best man confirmed that the wedding was indeed off. About an hour before the ceremony was due to begin I got another text from the bride. Where are you guys? Fuck. I texted the best man and he got the same text. We didn't know what to do, so we ignored it. Greg was completely unreachable, so we had no idea what was going on. So now we are both thinking that Greg is standing up his fiancée at the altar. What the fuck? We were horrified by the whole thing and felt pretty miserable. Respect for Greg plunged through the floor. Around the time the ceremony was supposed to go on, my aunt was hanging out with my mom and I was giving her the entire story. She asked to see a picture of the bride, so I pulled up her Facebook page. A new picture of her was posted 2 minutes earlier. A picture of her and Greg, married. He went through with the faking wedding, without his groomsmen. I called the best man and told him to check out Facebook. He was completely flabbergasted. What did Greg say to who was now his wife? What did everyone say about the fact that there were no groomsmen? According to a mutual friend at the wedding, Greg made it seem like we all stood him up in protest of the wedding, making us all look like assholes. Seriously. I spoke to Greg a few months later, and his grand plan was to separate his friend life from his married life, so that we wouldn't become entangled in the divorce that would ultimately come from this sham marriage. I haven't talked to him in a while, but I think they are still married. TLDR, friend told his groomsmen that he called off his wedding, went through with it without us anyway. I'm not sure this is not much of a grand of twist, but my story takes place back in the first week of freshman year. I had my best friend break up with me. To everyone, he was the role model kind of guy. We had been best friends since grade school, and everyone thought would end up being hitched later in life. I think for a while we both thought it was true too. This took a turn when he told me we could not hang out anymore. This was kinda out of the blue. He started to hang out with one of my other best friends that I had introduced him to a week earlier. He started to date her a month later. I was naturally distraught because I did not have answers to my questions about the downturn of the relationship, especially since this was primarily a friendship and secondarily a romantic interest. Eventually he told me that things were not the same between us. He did not have feelings for me anymore, and I had grown away from him. I felt really terrible about the whole thing. I was in love with him, and I thought it was all my fault. The worst was my family blaming me for losing such a perfect guy. Nevertheless, I have never been the dramatic or jealous type, but I went through all terrible pains of losing someone you love. I was also very cordial and kind every time I saw him, because I refused to make things awkward or have bad blood between our families. I knew that I had to accept it, that our friendship was more or less over, for the good of everyone. Fast forward a year, I happened to be at a function with him. Things were never familiar between us, but we were cordial nevertheless. I asked him for a number of mutual friend. He handed me his phone so that I could copy the number down myself. I did not intentionally do this, and at a certain extent I feel bad that it even happened, but I ended up in his text messages. I saw some saved messages. I'm still not sure why I decided to read one, but it was not to snoop out of jealousy. I only save messages when people write really nice things to me. I still had him on a sort of pedestal, and I thought that he must have saved his feel-good texts as well. I decided to read a text from my girl I knew. The beginning of the text started just as I imagined. "Hey love. Thanks for going to my birthday. You are a great guy." But the second part was the heart clincher, and you kissing and touch was the best I have had. "I'm crazy about you. I love you so much. Let's see each other more." The twist of the story is that it was sent to him by a girl that just turned 14 during the same week that we were on our senior vacation together, approximately 2 weeks before the start of freshman year. I was shocked that he had. I think my face might have given me away, but I think he knew that I read it. He started to erase all of his saved messages. I have no doubt that he was not involved with her at that time, and he is still dating my friend. I never told her, and I would never tell her. Honestly, I think they will get married, and I hope it will last a lifetime. But it is kinda comforting that perfect was not perfect after all, and that I still have my kind of perfect out there somewhere. TLDR, my once best friend leaves our friendship during freshman year after being too involved with a 14-year-old. Mine is sort of the opposite side of the twist, when I twisted someone else. My Reddit Secret Santa assignment this year was this guy who lives in LA. Irony already. I'm moving to LA on January 11th to further my writing career. So I look him up and de-stalk him a little. Add him to Facebook because his Reddit profile has some info, but not a lot. I find this show he is in. Oh, okay, he is an actor also. I watch the show and I like it. It's a pretty funny little web series. So when he finally adds me back, I message him and ask if I can call him on the phone and pick his brain a little under the guise that I'm a writer and moving to LA soon and I like his show and just sort of want to talk to someone in the bees. All true. I just leave out the Secret Santa part. So he calls the next day and I realize quickly that I'm not getting much out of him. He is really sticking to info about the show. Then I slip up and ask about something he posted on Reddit, not on Facebook. He has Bell's palsy. The conversation goes like this from there. Him, "How the fuck do you know that?" Me, "Oh, I read it somewhere." Him, "It's not on Facebook. Where did you read it?" Me, "I don't remember." Yeah, no idea. Yeah. Haha. Anyway, who would you say some of your inspirations are? Him, "Am I being recorded? Is this something official or something? If you are recording me or taking this info down or something, you should really tell me." Me, "No, not at all." Him, me, "Okay, sheet look, I might have a little ulterior motive for calling you." Him, okay. What is the ulterior motive?" Me, "Well, there might be this website and I might be trying to dig at you for information on a present to mail to you. But I swear everything I told you is true. I'm moving to LA, and I'm a writer, and I do like your show." From there, we ended up talking for several hours, and it turns out that he is sort of the male version of myself. I know exactly what to get him for his present, and I also made a friend for when I move down to LA. We plan on hanging out and playing Cards Against Humanity. He is going to read some of my scripts, and I'm going to introduce him to some people I know who also have some shows. Awesome. This happened years ago at work. I was much younger then. A guy, let's call him Jim, was always flirty with me. I found out he was engaged to a girl, let's call her Beth, in my department. Beth was a well-known fiery beach that no one particularly cared for. Her fiance, Jim, would flirt with me constantly. I told him off several times, telling him I just wasn't interested. Many people in our department despised Beth and knew that Jim was after me. So they decided to take up a collection without me knowing anything about it and sent Jim flowers. I came into work and seen the flowers and smelled them and commented on how pretty they were. I went back to work as usual and didn't think anything more about it. The next week, Jim gets more flowers. The next week even more. Each time the flowers were signed an anonymous admirer. It started to get rumored that I was the one sending the flowers. Beth came over to me and beached me out several times, accusing me of trying to steal her man. I had nothing to do with him or the flowers being sent. I got called into the hours and was being accused of sending flowers. Of course I denied it. They didn't believe me. I was very close to losing my job over this. Finally I told hours, why not return the flowers and ask for a number to refund the money. They contacted the flower company and explained the situation. The florist agreed to cooperate. The next week, when flowers were sent, I just waited, knowing that it would all end soon, and Beth would finally learn the truth and quit beaching me out. Come to find out, there was a group of people that were sending the flowers and donating money to pay for it. And it just happened to be that week it was Carl's turn to send the flowers. The florist had the name and gave it 2 hours. Cole was fired the next day for sexual harassment. The next day Beth apologized to me. Nothing ever happened to the rest of the people involved other than Beth apologizing to me. The company offered no apology at all. TLDR, caught in a weird flower-giving non-existent love triangle that almost cost me my job and definitely losing the respect of my co-workers. I broke my leg when I was about 8 years old. I distinctly remember how it happened, and it became my favorite I was a retard when I was a kid stories. All of my friends knew this story. I would tell people about how Batman was my favorite superhero as a kid, and I always wanted to be him. Joke's on me, we were poor, and I would collect all of the Batman action figures, had a Batman watch, etc. And when I was a kid, we used to have this dog named Lavender. Lavender was an old, affectionate black lab, and I could always picture this house we had for her. It was large and made of plastic, but it looked like a log cabin. I called it the fake log cabin for as long as I can remember. So, when I was 9, I was retarded enough to climb on top of the cabin, spread my little cape, yell, "I will save you," got him and jump off of the fake log cabin, which I can picture now as being around 4.5-5 tall. I landed on the ground and heard a resounding crack as pain jolted through my leg and I collapsed on the ground. I dragged myself into the living room, bawling my eyes out. When I was 18, my mom and I were having an argument about my older brother, who was distanced from the family at the time, and still is. She kept telling me about how he treated me like shit when we lived in the same house, and I kept telling her that it wasn't true. Then she said, "Oh yeah, he was such a good older brother that he broke your leg." What? I could easily see it in my head. That wasn't what happened. I saw it. He pushed you off of the couch and you broke your leg. He tried to lie and say that you jumped. So my entire life, I completely believed in a manufactured memory. All of the details were there, and I can still see perfectly in my head. It was all completely fabricated. We didn't even have the fake log cabin at the time, and even when we did, it wasn't remotely that tall. That was one of the more distinct what the fuck moments in my entire life. Not me, but a friend of mine went traveling a couple of years ago in South America. He went backpacking across most of the north half of the continent, Venezuela, Colombia, etc. Anyways, he was there with a couple of friends and they were living very much day to day, finding work where they could, in order to feed themselves, while they were down there. One leg of their trip took them more into the jungle. They were by no means cut off from civilization, but definitely a very remote part of the country they were in at the time. They had motorcycles, and were following a road that seemed to go on and on until they were nearly out of gas. Just when they are starting to get worried about the gas level, this guy shows up with a truck, and comes and greets them. They explain what they are doing, and that they need gas, and so he agrees to help them, drives back to his village and then comes back with some gas to help them. They follow him to the village for the end of the day, and stay there the night. They wound up staying in this village for nearly 2 weeks, working with farmers and just generally helping out. How he described it to me was that it was almost a part of the jungle. There would be all kinds of animals just hanging out in the streets and around the houses and whatnot. It was a very cool experience, he says, to see nature and humanity that close together. After a couple weeks though, he and his friends decided they should get going, so the villagers thank them and then give them directions on how to get to the next village. They follow it and show up at the village and start talking to someone. He asks where they've come from. They tell him the name of the village, and the guy's never heard of it. He pulls out a map, asks them where they came from, and it turns out this village apparently doesn't exist. He and his friends said it was the weirdest thing, because no one after that had heard of the village, ever, but he still spent 2 weeks there. TLDR friend went motorbiking across South America, gets lost, finds a village and stays there for 2 weeks. When he leaves no one's ever heard of it. Met a girl online when I was 16 and she was 15. We talked for about a month over IM, and because I had an unlimited long distance plan, I decided to call her up. We talked constantly, almost every minute of every day. She told me all about her life, how her mother and stepfather treated her like crap, how her dad was a cop and he got killed in the line of duty, all her personal stuff. I wanted to meet up with her so badly. I was sure that we would someday get married. So one day, my phone rings. I check the caller ID, and it's her. Strange, I thought. She never called me because of the long distance charges. I always called her. I thought maybe it was an emergency. I pick up the phone and am greeted to the voice of an adult male. He asks me, who is this? To which I reply, who is this? He replies, who are you and why have you been calling my daughter so much? Your daughter? You're her stepdad? Stepdad? I'm her real dad. But she told me her dad died in the line of duty. What? She told me you were a cop and you died in the line of duty. That's ridiculous. But whatever, what I wanna know is, who are you and why are you calling my 13-year-old daughter? As you might expect, she lied about a lot of things. Interestingly enough, this was not what broke up our relationship, but rather her obsessive and stalkerish nature, which got worse over time, constantly demanding my full and undivided attention. TLDR, meet girl online. She tells me that she's 15 and her dad is dead. Turns out she's 13 and her dad is very much alive. This is one of those things you would think could only happen in a movie, but it actually happened to me when I was 19. Quite possibly the most awesome thing ever. Here it goes. I met this girl, Erica, my sophomore year of college. She was about 5 feet 10, had long strawberry hair and big green eyes. Basically one of the most beautiful girls I had ever seen. I was instantly putty in her hands. We spent basically all day every day together. Just about the only time we weren't together was when one of us had a class the other didn't have, but we shared the same major, so we actually had a couple classes together as well. One afternoon we were talking about our families and she mentioned that her sister, who I had neither met nor knew about, had seen pictures of me and wanted to meet me because she thought I was cute, and apparently Erica had told her all about me and thought we would be perfect for each other. I was heartbroken. I was all about this girl, spent every waking moment with her for 2 weeks, and here she was, pawning me off on her sister. Though I was upset, I agreed to meet her sister out of curiosity and me not wanting to hurt anyone's feelings. So it was arranged for me to go over to their shared apartment after one of my classes. A little backstory, we had only been hanging out for a couple weeks, and I had only been to her house once for about 5 minutes. I never even went inside. I was waiting in the car for her to grab something from inside and we left. At the time, I had no idea she had a roommate or a sister, or that they were one and the same. Back to the story. I get out of class and head over to Erica's. I knock on the door, and she opens it, and she looks beautiful. Her hair is in big curls. Her makeup is done, and she is wearing one of those sundresses that makes us southern boys drool. She takes 2 steps forward, grabs me and kisses me, brings me inside, closes the door, and before I can say anything else, she's kissing me again and pushing me into her room. She proceeds to absolutely lay it on me. After we finish, and I catch my breath, I roll over and say, oh my god, Erica, that was amazing. I'm so happy you changed your mind about us. I'm sure your sister is nice, but I've been crazy about you since the first time we spoke. What changed your mind? She looks at me, smiles and says, hi, I'm Jonah, Erica's identical twin sister, and I was right about you. You are amazing. Erica came home about an hour later and asked if I liked my surprise. I was a little freaked out, but it turns out they were identical in every way, not just looks. I dated the sister for a while, but even after we broke up, we all stayed good friend. Still are to this day over 10 years later. TLDR, I met a beautiful, amazing girl and immediately fell for her. She pawned me off on her sister and broke my heart. Showed up at her house to begrudgingly meet her sister. Original girl rides me like Seabiscuit. Turns out it is not original girl but her twin sister. Original twin is pleased. We all become close. Have been ever since. I met this guy on a MMORPG. We became pretty good friends and even made plans. to meet up IRL sometime, although we never actually did. His life was pretty shitty. His mum had died in a car accident when he was young, his sister had moved to Spain with her boyfriend, and his father had abused him to the point where the guy had to leave the house and live with his uncle. I was basically counseling him a lot, and his life seemed to be getting better. He was in a band that made pretty good music, which I downloaded and listened to quite often, admiring his talent. We were incredibly close friends for 2 years, and I even saved his life on one occasion when he was feeling really depressed. Then one day, when I was looking around on Facebook, I found the page of a guy who looked a lot like him. That was weird. He turned out to be in the band that my friend had said he was in, except that it turned out he wasn't. I confronted him as soon as he came online, and at first he denied it, saying that he had another Facebook account with his middle name and his dad's last name, his first name, and his mum's last name. I called bullshit. In the end he confessed that he was, indeed, not in the band, and that the guy was actually a popular kid at his school, who he was jealous of, but who looked like him, so he'd faked being him. But I started to question more, and through Facebook I found out that his mum was still alive. He told me that that was actually his stepmom, who happened to have the same name as his real mum. Yeah, right. He never actually admitted these things, but I stopped talking to him. In the end it turned out that everything had been a lie. He'd just been a jealous little kid who'd wanted sympathy. His family was still alive and together, and he was not depressed at all. TLDR. 2-year online friend turns out to have faked his entire depressing life for sympathy. For the better. So I'd been interested in this woman Michelle. I'd had a few classes with the previous semester, we had college seniors, for a while. I'd mentioned her a couple times to my best friend Lock and Twist, but he wasn't too invested in my not exactly love life. So Michelle invited me to her birthday party a few months back, and I was quite happy to go, but I realized when I got there I didn't know anyone there. Everyone was already kinda drunk by that point, and here I'm being all socially awkward. I see rum. I mix it half and half with coke. I chug. Around an hour later, blackout me isn't feeling so good. None of my friends know where I am. Things could get very bad very fast. Suddenly, Lock and Twist is there out of nowhere. Apparently, I was quite excited to see him, but I just remember him being around. Eventually, I did throw up in this woman's apartment, which sucked, but Lock Twist got me out of there as quickly as he could. As it turns out, Lock Twist and Michelle worked at the same summer camp about a year before college, and one of their mutual friends had invited Lock and Twist to the party shortly before I went all blackout. Lock and Twist had no idea the Michelle I was interested in at the time was the Michelle he knew from camp. If not for that random connection, I'd have gotten a lot worse, and Michelle would have been forced to harbor me for the night against her will, as I was in no condition to go home on my own. Because Lock and Twist randomly knew Michelle long before I'd met either of them, I left that party only somewhat humiliated, and the three of us are friends now. So I guess it's less of a plot twist and more of a poorly set up Deus Ex Machina, but I'll take it. At this uni I went to, there was this friendly guy who befriended a lot of people. He actually created a whole social circle or two because he would introduce a lot of people who one another. There was always something a little off about him. No one ever saw him studying. He wasn't allowed to go with us to the gym because he said he had a financial hold. He said he wasn't allowed to sign rental contracts because he said his visa prevented him from doing it. He was from Mexico. He said he was a nursing major, but he didn't have any friends from that major. I could go on. Eventually he would lose a lot of his friends because he was a dick, a legit functioning sociopath. He would borrow money and never pay it back. He lead this one girl on to live in her apartment rent free for a few months. He would be passive aggressive at certain girls for not liking him. He would lead other girls on to buy him stuff, like dinners and even a trip to Disneyland. I wouldn't say this guy was overly attractive, but he knew how to charm and elicit emotions, and with the right girls he was really effective at manipulating them. Eventually we met some real nursing majors. Turns out he wasn't a nursing major, he's just known among them for telling everyone he's a nursing major even though he's not. Using this and some other evidence, we all came to the conclusion that he wasn't a student at the uni. TLDR sociopath at uni befriends a lot of people telling everyone he was a student there. Turns out he wasn't a student. A family friend of ours lives a fairly cursed life. This guy's name is Tom, and he has experienced 3 terrible tragedies. First, when Tom was a little boy his father got divorced and moved to Idaho with a new wife. They formed a sort of pseudo-Brady Bunch family of step-siblings and a new stepmom. Well, one day Tom woke up, and his dad was gone. His stepmother told him that he left her for another woman, and that he wouldn't be coming back. Several months went by and the stepmother told Tom that she wanted to plant a tree in the backyard, and told him to dig a big hole in the backyard. He dug the hole, and waited several days for the instructions to plant the tree, but the tree never came. Instead the hole was mysteriously filled, and his stepmom said she had changed her mind. Flash forward a couple decades and Tom is a middle-aged man with a wife and kids. He believes his father abandoned him from a young age, never to speak to him again. The police contact him and tell him that his stepsister has just confessed to watching his stepmother drug and shoot his father, and then ask her to load the body into a trunk. Plot twist, the several months after his father's disappearance Tom dug his own father's grave where his other step-siblings buried the trunk. Second story, Tom worked as a power line tech in my hometown. His equipment was faulty, and he managed to get electrocuted by the full power of a high transmission power line. If I remember correctly, this actually killed him for several minutes. However, he was revived by the EMTs, and they said there is no real reason he should still be alive. No real plot twist in the story. Third story, Tom's 16-year-old daughter is driving to school one day, crashes her car and dies from the accident. They hold the funeral and 2 days after the accident they are out with some friends and Tom's sons Andrew and Adam are leaving the friend's farm. There was some unexpected road construction that Adam miscalculated and went off the road, killing his brother only several days after his sister's funeral. I can't think of anything more terrible that could happen to one family. TLDR, family friend had 3 tragedies. First, father disappears, only to find out he was killed by stepmom, and that he had inadvertently dug his father's grave. Also electrocuted by power lines. Also lost 2 children in separate car accidents within 1 week. Hey guys, I have a story. A real goddamn story. So earlier this year I went to a convention in Baltimore. It was a great time, and as a newly single guy I was really ready to get out and enjoy myself. I stay at my brother's girlfriend's house, and it's there that I meet her roommates. Her name is Lynn. One is a pretty awesome dude. He used to be the jockey's jock who'd ever jocked, before a degenerative disease started rapidly turning his muscle into fat. For this story we'll call him Jack. More on him later. The other, a seriously cute Asian girl we'll call May. Me, being newly single, told Lynn I'd go after her if she didn't mind me flirting with her roommate in her house. But she told me May didn't really speak English, and on top of that was very shy. Like stayed in her room shy, unless she went to her waitress job. Between the 3 of them, each owns a portion of the house. 2 upstairs, Lynn and May, and Jack is in the basement. He's got his own exit. It's a pretty sweet setup. 3 months later, Solon is telling us his story about how May would always pay rent in bills, 20s, 10s, 50s, so on. This is why she assumed she was a waitress, but never actually asked what she did. But that day Jack found out. He was sitting at home, alone, after class, still being in the party/screw mindset that he grew up with before his disease took hold of him. Jack decided to leave the house to get some of the free condoms his school offered. As he was leaving he saw several police cars enter the neighborhood. This is Baltimore though, that's practically a parade. As he comes back, Jack enters through the basement and tries to chill out, eager for the night's festivities. It's then that he hears loud footsteps above him. May and Lynn probably have 180 pounds between the both of them. They're tiny. There I no way 2 tiny girls could make those noises. So Jack, being a big guy, raises to his feet, tries his best to look as intimidating as possible, and comes face to face with the intruder entering his home, who happens to be a member of Baltimore's finest. The officer immediately asks Jack to get against the wall, searches him, and finds the condoms. Jack, super confused, asks what the hell is going on. The officer says something along the lines of "I bet you're one of her clients," and informs Jack that he's under suspicion of being a John. It turns out Lynn isn't actually a waitress, she really runs a massage parlor. When the officer opens the door to Lynn's room they find boxes of condoms. Not those little packs you get at the store, these things have 5,000 units apiece in them. They also find gallons of lube and 10 grand in her car. Also, to my knowledge she's still on the run, and she apparently had done this before. TLDR, that quiet Asian girl you know, could actually be a prostitute. His school was easily within 5-minute walking distance, and coming back into his home. This might be a better story for me and my friends cause we were drunk for most of it. One thing you have to know about me, I'm a huge Nintendo fan. For a couple weeks at my former apartment, we used to party a lot. Like, it got stupid. For a couple weeks these new girls came over and started to party with me and my friends, and they were fun. One of the girls in the group was named Liz. One night, Liz had mentioned that she liked coming over and that she thought that out of the 3 people who lived there was cute. For one reason or another, we all thought she was talking about my roommate Kevin. That was the end of that thought. Fast forward to a few nights later. The same girls came, and it was a seemingly a normal night. After smoking a bit of hookah, this girl whips out her DS Lite. Now, I'm impressed if any girl brings her DS to a party. Instant turn on for any gamer really, right? Anyways, I thought nothing of it, because I'm a good dude so I'm thinking, I'm not gonna ruin this for Kevin. Then she keeps giving me beers, cigarette, I don't even smoke, and I still thought nothing of it. Then it came to a point where she mentioned something to the effect of, let's go to the store down the street, alone. And it all hit me. My reaction went something like this, hold on a second, I need to go, do something real quick. I pulled my friend Bender aside, yay, I have a friend named Bender, and told him everything. She brought the DS, she keeps giving me things, and now she wants to go to the store alone. Bender, Kevin isn't the cute one. I'm the cute one. We looked at each other like, why didn't we think of this? Why didn't anyone see this coming? What's going on? The twist was way more obvious the way I put the story, but being there it was like, that point was the end of the movie, where everything came together. That was the twist. Got laid. It was great. Back in the days of yore, when Omegle was populated with more than just trolls, and kids desperate for cybersex, I got in a conversation with this girl. She was by far the most interesting person I'd met on there so far, so we exchanged screen names, and got to talking. When we saw each other online, we told each other all about our lives, and became pretty good friends. We played games together on some site a couple times, and always had great conversations. She was absolutely brilliant, a year younger than me, but a year ahead of me in school, and was on the fast track to Princeton, or something. Thing was, her parents were incredibly overbearing. She wasn't allowed to have friends at school and her parents made her do huge reports on different things, totally independent of school. I tried to get her to be her own person, work hard but not be so controlled by her parents. It ended up in arguments a few times as she defended her parents, saying, truly, that it was just because they loved her. I mean, she'd never known any other life, but I just couldn't accept that she wasn't allowed to even have friends. Suddenly she was rarely online anymore, for a few months, and when she didn't respond to my messages. I think one of our last conversations ended up in an argument, and I thought that I had pushed too hard and screwed up our friendship. Then one day I got a response. It was her mom. Apparently my friend was dead and the brief occurrences of her being online were from AIM automatically signing in when the computer was used. She didn't want to talk about it, but I inferred from the little she said that my friend had been out for a run and trusted a stranger too much. It seems that she'd been murdered. To this day I honestly don't know if it all happened or if it was some troll using death as a means to end his months-long prank on me. It could well have been, as parts of her life story seemed far-fetched, yet possible. I don't know if I'd rather have it be real or fake. I think real, though, better to live and die suddenly than never to have existed at all, I guess. But if you were real, Anika, you are missed. So my mom and dad never marry, and he has me come over on weekends. Not a big deal, We have fun. I love him. And weekends and his Jamaican roommates making jerk chicken and curry goat and stuff is just a normal part of life for me. Relations between the two of them were very strained though, due to being exes and consigning loans and defaulting. Mom signed for dad. I was cool with everyone though. My mom was working a temp job for some banking firm, or whatever in the World Trade Center, and the day that it was blown up the first time, 93 sometime, by the truck bomber guy, she was out with some girlfriends for lunch, and had just happened to leave early. That was the straw, and because of that my mom decided to move out of New York City out to El Segundo, California to get away from the crazy of the city. Now we are in SoCal, and I'm up late one night watching something on MTV, maybe Liquid Television, and we get hit by the Northridge earthquake in '94. We left the crazy in New York City for the crazy in SoCal. When I moved to Cali, I completely lost touch with my dad. 99% my fault. Up until a couple of years ago I had issues with keeping in touch and some other weird things. I was 13 when we moved, so from 1993 on I hadn't seen or heard from my dad. Until one night, my buddy Dennis comes over to my house. It was super strange, because it was a school night, and like 11:30 p.m. I'm up still playing FFVII, and I hear a knock on the door. People talking, then my mom almost hysterical saying oh my god, Dennis what's wrong? Over and over. Dennis' mom had her own issues, so I thought he just decided to leave her place and sleep over for a while. No big deal. I come around the corner and I hear him say I really need to talk to Brat, and when I see the look on his face I know it was some seriously heavy shit. He goes on to explain that my father had just been found in his apartment, dead. My aunt had gone through his paperwork at his place looking for my number, because she knew he had hired a private investigator to find me. The number she found was Dennis' home phone number, which was my old phone number from the first apartment we had when my mom and I first moved out to El Segundo. My dad had my old phone number and was just waiting for the perfect time in his life to contact me. Instead he passed away, heat broken. The positive thing coming out of this is that I reconnected with his side of the family, which is very good considering I have a daughter and I want them to know each other. I know this doesn't really have any plot twists, but there were some other missing dad stories, and this was kind of cleansing. When I was 13 I was taken to a mental health facility after a teacher discovered some writing in my daily planner indicating an intent to harm myself, and some notes on maps I made using the StarCraft map editor, which were construed as a hit list by the authorities. I spent 2 months working with various doctors, psychiatrists, and therapists to get me in a better state of mind. My school setting was believed to be partly to blame, and so one tactic to prevent me from relapsing into depression was to send me to a different school district. Thus I was moved out of the only public school district nearby and was sent to a parochial school. 3 years later the junior prom is coming up, and shy little me doesn't really want to go, but I did have an interest in a gorgeous sophomore, whom was in my circle of friends. I asked her to go, and when I got to her house, to pick her up her dad, of course, was there to see her date. Turns out her father was my primary doctor at the mental institute I was at, and I nearly froze when I saw him. I figured, well, he knows my history of depression and the hit list, so I guess I'm done here. Instead, out comes his daughter, and he wishes us well with a smile on his face. Later I found out that he took doctor-patient confidentiality seriously enough not to warn his daughter, although really I was only a threat to myself more than others. He likely knew it too, though, since in my discharge notes it was noted that I lacked the means and the state of mind to do harm to others. Ultimately he wasn't going to let anything he knew taint his daughter's relationship with me, which I can respect. I don't know if he would do the same about a more violence-prone individual, but in my case he let me have a shot at his daughter. Well, I've handcrafted a plot twist that totally left this guy speechless when he was in the spotlight. Alright, well, this one's from high school. I took pre-law, which is basically intro to law. Our exam was a mock trial. I'd goofed around in class a lot and really didn't pay much attention. So when the teacher made the groups, instead of assigning me as prosecuting/defense lawyer, he made me play a key witness, a junkie off the streets. Little did my teacher know I was interested in acting post-secondary. So I said okay, this should be cake. Morning of the trial, I come early to practice answering all the questions that the defense has ready. Meanwhile, right across the hallway on the prosecuting team, this one douchebag kept bragging about how prepared he is and how he's going to kick our ass etc. I didn't really care for my mark, but for some reason I felt like I needed to bring this guy down a notch. So when my team wasn't looking, I approached the douchebag and I told him, hey douchebag, you want to win this case? All you need to do is ask me one question. Are you currently high or intoxicated? And I'll say yes, since I'm their key witness. The rest of your job is easy. He smirks and accepts, not even questioning why I would betray my team. I'm on the stand. He goes through a bunch of preliminary questions, such as where I was during the incident etc. And then finally, he pops the question, are you currently intoxicated or high? Plot twist. And that's when I went berserk. I denied it and acted like I was offended and so on. After I finished, the kid just stood there dumbfounded. He was so awestruck that he didn't even finish the rest of his questions and just took his seat. Anyways, we won the case. I passed the court. Justice has been served. Mathafakaz. This will get buried, but what the hell? I present the great fiancé swap. I knew two fiancé couples, that is, they were planning on getting married in college. We will call them couple A and couple B. They all knew each other from high school with the exception of the girl from couple B. They all went to a third couple's wedding together, and about midnight they were still dancing and having a good time, but all the food was gone. The male from couple A eats the most food of any human being I have ever met. We used to joke all the time that he must have parasites or something, because he would eat 4 or 5 Big Macs for every meal, or the equivalent in calories, but he was skinny as a rail. He starts asking everyone if they want to go out and get something to eat. The only taker is the girl from couple B, so they head out together to get some fast food. Everyone else continues to dance and have a good time. 4 AM rolls around and the wedding party breaks up, but no sign of male A and female B. Male B and female A are pissed. Neither of their fiancés is answering their cell phones and they need to go home and get some sleep, so they head on over to couple A's apartment. It was the closest, where they get some shut-eye. About 7 AM male A and female B show up with guilt written all over their faces. Apparently they decided to spend a few hours banging each other's brains out rather than going to get food, and were so into it that they lost track of time until it was too late for them to concoct an even reasonably useful lie. Of course, full-on fights were had. No fists flew, but it was a very close thing. Weddings were cancelled, friendships renounced, much moving out and acrimony ensued. Months later male B and female A started dating, moved in together and eventually got married. They are still married and happy to this day. Male A and female B dated for a few months and then broke up with little fanfare. I met this guy online when I was about 15 to 16 on Yahoo Messenger. He was in Iraq on his day off and I was not sleepy at all, but I can't remember why I was on so late. We started talking, traded pictures and spoke often from that point on. Stopped talking for a while and went on with our lives. Fast forward to 2008, we started texting and I call him the day before I was going to get married. Secretly I always liked him, even though we never met in person, so he would stop me, but all he said was good luck and I'm so happy for you. Fast forwards to early 2010, I saw he was flying out his girlfriend out to Hawaii and we was going to marry her, and I told him I was happy for him, but something inside me died. It was also around the time I finally decided to create a FB and he added me. September 2010, I got emergency surgery. My marriage had gone to shit. Ex deployed and was cheating on me and asked for time since he didn't know what he wanted and I was heavily drinking. I guess my FB statuses were depressing or something, because he sent me a message and told me to call him on Halloween. Called him, cried my eyes out for 2 hours, and told him everything about how I was even contemplating suicide because I couldn't even keep my husband at the time happy. Then with a very serious but shaky voice he tells me, well, your relationship went to shit, mine went to shit as well. I've always liked you, and I think you like me, so you wanna be my girlfriend? 2 weeks later he flew me out to Hawaii, which was the first time we met in person. Moved to DC, we lived together as well, later, and back to Texas, because of a high-risk pregnancy. Fast forward to today, we have a beautiful, and I have pictures that prove she is beautiful, 7-month-old daughter, and we are getting married this week. Oh yeah, and my ex-husband was apparently gay, and all the time he was married to me had a crush on my brother. At my first salary job, I volunteered for the night/graveyard shift. I had a history of being anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes late when I was on the day shift, but when I started working nights, I was significantly better at being on time. 2 guys from the day shift never liked me. One was my supervisor and one was a peer. The supervisor had the early morning shift, coming in an hour before anyone else, but my shift ended a few hours before his started. The start of my night shift would sometimes overlap the end of the peer's shift if he was working late. One day, my manager, one of the company VPs, called me into her office to tell me that I was off the night shift due to tardiness, effective immediately. I was shocked because there were no warnings and because I had been considerably better at arriving on time. I asked how they came to that conclusion and was told that there had been complaints. It took me a minute or so to recover from the initial shock and disappointment. I really liked this shift. Then I had an epiphany. We don't have a time card to prove my attendance, but they can check my access card for the doors and see approximately when I arrive. This is where the plot twist comes in. My supervisor was the person that had informed my manager of the complaints, and my manager had taken his word for it. Turns out, the supervisor, early morning shift, was consistently showing up an average of 15 minutes late, and I was showing up an average of 5 minutes early. The supervisor was confronted with this information by my manager. He quickly told her that my peer was the one who told him of the complaints. The peer was asked about the complaints and said that customers had complained to him about my attendance, but he refused to name any customers to back his claim. Anyone that knows a supervisor and peer would tell you that one or both of them had done this with the intent of getting me in trouble. They expected my poor daytime history to be enough to convict me. Neither the supervisor nor the peer got in trouble for the event. Less than a year later, I was hired on by one of our customers for about 50% more than I was making at the job described in this story. TLDR, 2 coworkers tried to get me fired for tardiness. One turned out to be late far more often than I. So like I was in a relationship with a guy, and I wasn't really happy with the way he was treating me, but he was still a financially positive aspect of my life, and I was grateful for that. But I wasn't being sexually pleased, I wasn't being paid attention to, I was being ignored and put on the back burner, so I decided to sleep with some girls behind his back. I'm pansexual. So I started sleeping around, and he didn't have a clue. I was getting my rocks off and having a good time and still managing to keep him happy too. He didn't understand the reason I was happier was because I was sleeping with a few girls behind his back. So one day I'm on a Cupid and this super hot, rich, late 20s black girl messages me. I happen to have been curious about sleeping with a black girl because I've never been with one yet. She was pretty fine. We exchanged pictures and we were super interested in each other. I told her I was already in a relationship with a loser and was just looking to sleep around. Well, she and I were planning stuff and giggling about how awesome it would be if he caught us in bed together. I'm telling her stuff like, oh, I'm just using him. She replies back, men are just objects, and we're hyping each other up without anti-male behavior. Then she asks, who is he? I wanna see this guy. I send her a link of the profile. She freaks out. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. The twist, the guy I'm dating is her best faking friend. We had no idea. He had never shown her a picture of me. She didn't know he was my boyfriend. Needless to say, I got caught sleeping around. My boyfriend flips a sheet, and I find out he faking lost his house and was almost broke waiting for his new apartment, and the reason he was ignoring me was because he didn't want to fess up to it. I had been dating this girl for 3 years. At first, we were just good friends because we seemed to have many things in common. We later decided it was safe to say that we were dating. We had been behaving / acting / doing things a couple would normally do. Anyway, fast forward to 2 months before the relationship ended. I began to realize that we really didn't have many things in common, and, because of this, I slowly lose interest in her. She tells me that we need to work things out, normal girlfriend cliche, and tells me what we should do to fix things. Being a senior who's almost graduated and trying to figure out what I'm going to do with my life, and also trying to have friends at the same time. Selfish, aren't I? I don't come to par with her requests, and things stay the same. Skip ahead to the day said relationship ends. A few days prior, a couple of people whom I look up to had suggested to me that I should break up with my girlfriend. They noticed that I was happier and more outgoing when I wasn't with her. I considered it, but put it off. Back today a relationship was terminated. I received a text from my girlfriend saying that I needed to come over that day to discuss things, and that she didn't care what I was doing, and wanted me there that day. This made me think, wow, I really don't want to have another "you're a horrible boyfriend" / "we need to fix things" lecture. I had been gone on a trip the 2 weeks prior, and didn't get a set chance to have an actual conversation with her after I had returned, so "you need to talk to me more" went through my head as well. I happened to be with another role model in my life at the time, and he saw that I was distraught, so he asked me what was up. After having an hour-and-a-half convo about the situation and his ex and their relationship, he said that I should break up with her. After had been told 3 times that I should break up with her, and also considering the idea for several days, I decided that I was going to break up with her that night when I went to her house. Being respectful, I decided that I was going to let her talk first, and if it started to get to be too much, "we need to fix things" / "boyfriends are" insert cliche boyfriend trait here, and "you need to be that / other relationship things," then I was going to stop her and let her know that I was breaking up with her. When I arrived at her house, she had texted me and said she wanted to talk in my car. I agree, thinking it would be a lot less awkward to break up with her in my car rather than in her room. She gets in the car and I ask her, "So, what did you want to talk about?" Plot twist #1, she replies, "I think we should break up." Everything I had planned on telling her, she tells right back to me, almost word for word. At this moment, I'm thinking, wow, this is awesome how everything is working out. After she finishes saying everything, I tell her that I had actually planned on saying the exact same thing to her. We ended up talking about my trip and other things, agreed on being friends. I was friends with her siblings and best friends with her cousins, and things had ended so peacefully, and also agreed to stay apart for a month so that we wouldn't suddenly rush back into things. I thought this was a long time to not say a word to each other. Maybe 2 weeks would suffice, but a month. I agreed to keep things at ease. I also wasn't looking to be in a relationship with her anytime soon, so speaking to each other sooner didn't bother me, but whatever. Better plot twist #2, for story, not for my life. A week after we had broken things off, I was hanging out with her sister and one of her cousins. Like previously mentioned, I was very good friends with her, and they told me that my ex-girlfriend had started going out with a friend that she had stated numerous times she would never, and I mean never, date, due to numerous reasons. Guy was involved with alcohol and drugs, didn't share same beliefs, and she didn't want any of those things to be in her relationship. Or so she told me. She became friends with him while we were together and asked me if I would be comfortable with her going places with him alone, repeatedly stating that they were just friends and would only ever be friends. Like a dummy, I trusted her and also wanted to be able to do things with my female friends without being harassed about it, so I said it was fine. Not a genius plan. Again, I thought I could trust her. My life has actually been a lot better without her. Not intending to be rude, but it sure does sound like a douche thing to say, and I'm happy with how my life is now. Kind of sucks, though, to think things are going to be cool, and then that happens. Here's one for the books. I'm the plot twist. One that involves a stranger hundreds of miles away, a radio show, a heartfelt love story, and about a year of full-on twisting. Several years ago, I was on 4chan and stumbled upon some guy's AOL screen name and picture, so I decided to say hi. A little info about myself before I continue. I'm from Florida. He's in, let's say, Chicago. After some chit-chat, I decided to create a character that would befriend him. Don't know why, I just did. This character, Steve we'll call him, was a young gay man from Florida, yes, I'm as well, who worked as a designer for an adult website that I'll leave for you to decide, with a boyfriend named Thomas. I have one, yes, different name though. The guy I met online, we'll call him Joe, had a radio show at his university which I frequently contributed to as the character Steve. Now, just how deep did this deception go? Watch the movie Catfish, except make all my Facebook friends random strangers who just added me for no reason. Thomas was another character Facebook page as well, and Steve and Thomas were madly in love with one another. Epic romantic love story that made the radio listeners squee with tingly feels. About a year into this charade, to which I'm dedicating about 2% of my day to, I'm a regular contributor to Joe's show. The characters' birthdays were approaching, they were within the same week, so I decided to make it a big moment for the two of them. Thomas was away on a work trip and Steve would surprise him with a ring and a request. The big day arrives, Thomas' birthday. Facebook lights up with my status saying I'm flying to see Thomas. I've told Joe what I'm preparing to do, so he waits for me to log back on later that night. Then, I made a decision, one that would shake the perspectives of the characters, Joe and his listeners. Thomas was hit by a car, in critical condition. Steve was frantic to get there. Late that night, Steve changed his relationship status, engaged. Not long after, Joe logged on. Joe, congrats buddy. Steve, he's gone. Joe, what do you mean he's gone? Steve, I proposed at his bedside, he said yes and then, he was gone. The next few weeks were difficult on Steve, the character. Joe read a love letter written by Steve to Thomas on the air. The listening audience was given a sad on the dangers of texting and driving. They replied with heartfelt remorse on the radio station's Facebook page. It would take some time before Steve would come back as a regular contributor, but he would return. Life returned to some semblance of normalcy between Steve, Joe and the audience. Joe's run at the station was soon coming to a close. The semester would end, and Joe would be transferring. The last show of the season came. Time to crack my knuckles and make this a good season finale 5 minutes before the close of the show. Joe, well Steve, it's been great having you on the show. Now what was that announcement you wanted to make? Steve, well, I wanted to make sure you had an amazing season finale so, here goes. Joe, I'm not who you think I am. Almost everything has been a fabrication. Thomas never existed. I eventually came clean to him in the weeks after. We've become friends since then, and I'm planning a trip to visit him next summer. The end. When I was a kid, I was adopted, but never told. My birth father didn't like me and actually saw me as a threat and tried to kill me. He was psychotic. I was taken into a very wealthy family and lived a royal life. I grew up with the new family, who never told me about my adoption. I was too young to remember the event. So in this new city, I grew up into adulthood before I found a letter signed by father. It said that he believed I would grow up to kill him and marry his wife. Me, not knowing I was adopted, ran away from home in fear. I grabbed my car keys and just drove off in one direction. I drove for hours, and having not slept in quite some time, was very tired. I had a good amount of gas left, but was very drowsy. I remember going about 80 on the highway when I started to doze off. Crash. I wasn't sure what was going on. My car was flipping, and there was loud banging all around. I thought I was dead, but in time, I realized I was just upside in my car, in middle of the highway. I felt pretty functional, and was able to maneuver myself out of the car. And when I did, I looked around. I started to piece together what happened, seeing a second car on fire about 30 yards back. Sorry for you metric users. The car was also upside down and smoking heavily. For some reason, probably adrenaline, I rushed over to check if the passenger was alive, only to have the car explode into flames just as I take my first step toward it. I'm thrown off my feet, but am still okay with just a nasty bruise on my leg. At this point, my natural opiates are still kicking in strong, so I feel little pain. Without a phone, and nobody around to help, I start walking towards the closest town, which then becomes my destination. I'm tired, weak, and in tattered clothes. I don't make it a quarter mile before I fall down, unconscious. An unknown amount of time passes, and I find myself waking up. Groggy, I slowly come to my senses, realizing I'm just off the road, in a bush. It's daytime out. I remember where I was going, but with no recollection of last night's accident. All I can remember is that I'm headed one way, and for some reason by foot. So I finish the trek, getting very hungry. I walk the last few miles into the town. I head straight into a bar to order some drinks and get some food while I piece together everything that's happened. As I'm sitting there, recollecting, Summer's Hole comes over saying how his friend was recently killed and he's trying to take over his property through loopholes. He asked my name and told me if I answered a riddle, he would let me in on it too. Well, I gave him a fake name and I answered his damn riddle. I'd heard it before in some cheap joke book. And so I was granted everything the man owned. My new wife is brought to me and we settle down together. I actually end up falling in love with her. We have a few kids and lived together for 15 years or so. Until one day, it's brought to me the real news about my adoption. I learned that the parents I originally ran away from were not my biological parents, but people who saved me from my father's exile. I'll learn more about where my biological parents, including their names, and where they live. And that's when I piece it all together. I was the one who killed my father, just as he predicted. I turned to my wife, telling her my real name. We learned that she was my mother, and we have had kids together. She freaks the fuck out and hangs herself. In my own rage, I grabbed a knife from the drawer and stabbed myself in the eye with it, punishing myself. I turned to my kids, asking them what they want for Christmas, and they say, about Tree Fiddy. And then I realize that I'm nothing but a Loch Ness monster living in a lake. TLDR, a Christmas to remember. Edit. Based on the downvotes, I've concluded I'm either a horrible writer or a that doesn't like Oedipus. When I was around 15/16, one of the girls in my lit class was absent for 2 months. As all dumb teenagers do, we started making up rumors. A guy in my class recognized she asked for help every lesson from our lit teacher. He then proceeded to make up that he rapped her and that she felt so scarred by the experience she never turned up for school. This teacher was one of the cool ones who let you play games all lesson and you could do pretty much anything and not piss him off. We told him about the rumor and he just laughed at it in our faces. He then used to make jokes about in our class sometimes. A few days later, the kid who made the rumor runs into our tutor room squealing and slams the local paper on the desk. Teacher says yes to rap, but no to kidnap. The front page had a giant picture of our teacher on it, and we were just sat there with our minds blown. The best bit about the story is going to college, and when people ask you about interesting things that happened in your old school, I always instantly reply, well, one of my teachers was a rapist. Okay, so I went to a party with my friend. Hours pass and we leave. Probably 10 minutes after we leave, a guy and his friends who were there made everybody at the party stand in a corner and take their pants off because his girlfriend's phone was missing. They beat up one kid and made someone pay them to stop, also threatened people with knives, etc. Luckily me and my friend weren't there for that. A year passes and my friend gets a job at IHOP. Second day going into work, he sees the guy who was at the party working at IHOP with him. He goes and talks with a girl named Kayla in the back and tells her he invaded a party I went to. My friend then goes into the kitchen and the guy walks up to him and asks, so which party did I invade? My friend responds with, oh, you made a bunch of kids take off their pants. Guy says, oh, I was just trying to find my girlfriend Kayla's phone. The university my brother attends was once rocked by a scandal involving a group making some distasteful comments about rap. I can't get any more specific because I'm hoping no one will recognize the incident. These were brought to light by a female student who runs a very feminist blog focusing on and attacking the rap culture at the college. So I ask my brother if he knew anyone involved and generally what was going on. He tells me that he knows the girl who runs the blog. They used to hook up about a year prior. The reason why they stopped seeing each other, she wanted him to play out elaborate sexual rap scenarios in bed and he wasn't comfortable with it. When I first started playing Minecraft I was using WoM and playing classic freebuild servers. The first server I ever logged into was known as the freebuild server, so I figured it would be a good place to start out. I start derping around and accidentally broke a rule or two and one of the admins scolded me. When I responded back, one of the other admins pipes up "Jeej 15 feet. My best friend from grad school used that name for everything. Turns out that out of 1000 plus servers to choose from, and my first time ever playing Minecraft, I had logged into the server that my best friend from grad school, we had drifted apart, was an admin on. Had played Minecraft with him ever since when I was about 15. I was in an all-female World of Warcraft guild. Of course, I suspected that I was one of the few that was actually a female in real life. Especially since the guild refused to ever use Ventrilo, the voice communication program, for raids despite its convenience. Anyway, fast forward 4 years, and I'm working at a coffee shop while going through community college. I no longer play World of Warcraft, but I can't help but overhear my female manager talking about it. It turns out we played on the same server, so I mention my guild. Well, not her, but her husband was in the guild. And yes, turns out basically all of them were dudes except for me. TLDR, my manager's husband was in my all-female World of Warcraft guild. I was one of the only girls. I'm 16, and I just found out a few months ago that who I thought was my biological grandfather wasn't, and that this other man I've never even heard of was. And what's worse is that my mom thought that my grandpa was her biological father as well, until she was like 48. It's a long story, but to shorten it, random dude calls one night before dinner claiming to be my mother's father. She shrugs it off. We investigate to see if he's a creeper. Turns out he was telling the truth. He knocked up grandma and left her at the altar. We meet the guy and his family. He's pretty cool. He may be my biological grandfather, but he isn't my grandpa, even though I think he's a nice guy who truly regrets what he's done.